Hey, good afternoon, everybody. We're going to call this meeting of the Gainesville City Commission to order. It's November 19th, 2020, 1 p.m. Madam Clerk?
Our first item on the agenda is the adoption of our consent agenda.
Okay, and there are no modifications to the consent agenda. Is there a motion? Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we adopt the consent agenda.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ward. Okay, moved by Hayes Santos, seconded by Ward to adopt the consent agenda as presented. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak to this comment? We'll turn to you first, Larry.
Mayor, we do have a caller, but I don't know that it's for general comment rather than consent, although we do have a new caller, Mayor. Would it be okay if I checked and saw if this caller wanted to speak?
Absolutely. Go ahead. Thanks.
Okay. Yes, we have a caller with a 434 area code. If you're calling to speak to the consent agenda. Caller?
I'm calling to speak during public comment.
Okay, we'll place you on a brief hold.
Hello?
Yeah, so we, Mayor, don't have any consent agenda callers to our knowledge.
Okay, with that, we'll move to a vote. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Our next item is the adoption of our regular agenda with 5 modifications. One, we have new backup for
Madam
item
Clerk,
1.
can I interrupt you briefly? I apologize. We cannot hear you very well. If you can maybe move your microphone in whatever form that might be a little closer to you, I think we'll be able to hear you better.
Okay, is that any better?
A little bit, yeah, thank you.
Okay. We have added new backup for file 180140. This is the approval of a customer information system. We have file 200182, a request to remove that item. This is the Heartwood update. We have file 200500, resolution accepting report of the Alachua County Board of Canvassers from the November 3rd election, and there's new backup for that. File 200457, fourth quarter amendment through September 30th to the fiscal year 2020 general government financial and operating plan budget. That's a new item. And then there's file 180999, ordinance on living wage requirements for contractors, revised backup.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Just a little explanation to a couple of these. We got an email indicating that the wrong backup was added for the first item and was corrected. For the Heartwood update, that was on the agenda for the GCRA, but they did not get to it at their meeting, and they need to hear that before it comes to us. And so hopefully we'll be able to get that on one of our meetings in December after they're able to next meet and make a recommendation to us. We got new information from the supervisor of elections concerning the election. That's why there's new backup there. We also have a time-sensitive item, which is why number 4, the amendatory fourth quarter budget, is on there. We only had our Audit and Finance Committee meeting on Monday, and that is due to the state by the 30th of this month. I have asked for the clerk to work with us to try to make sure that at future Audit and Finance Committee meetings, they are scheduled enough time ahead of our regular City Commission meetings, so they'll be able to be submitted under our standard rules. But this is a time-sensitive item and falls under our exception categories. And then finally, the revised backup. I'm not sure why that was added late, but there it is. So are there any questions, or is there a motion? Commissioner A. Santos?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we adopt the regular agenda as modified.
Okay, is there a second? Is that Commissioner Simmons? Okay, moved by Hayes Santos, seconded by Simmons. Any members of the public wish to speak to the adoption of the regular agenda?
Yes, sir. Nathan Scott on the line for adoption of the regular agenda. Nathan?
Thank you, Larry. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So, respecting the adoption of the regular agenda, I want to voice objection to the late added backup documents for the GRU CIS system. We're talking about expenditure exceeding $30 million. And I think that the GRU knew this item was coming before the commission. The information should be published in its entirety, including all relevant backup, not these late last-minute additions. I know we're in a virtual environment, but we've been doing this for months and months and months now. GRU knows better. GRU customers deserve better. And I want to voice my objection to this item being heard without the public having adequate time to review this backup that's just late added in the last minute. I just don't think that's appropriate. And Mayor Poe, as you as a presiding officer, ought to enforce the rules a little bit better. There's no urgency to this, but again, if GRU can't provide information not only to the commission but to the public in a timely manner, then perhaps GRU needs to postpone its item and not have the privilege of having that item, incomplete item, I might add, be heard before the commission. This last minute stuff needs to stop, Mayor Poe. Thank you.
And Mayor, that's the only caller on the adoption of the general agenda.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions? Okay, all in favor of the motion to adopt the agenda with 5 modifications, signify by saying aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next item, please, Madam Clerk.
This item is general public comment, and we do not have any recorded comments on the line.
Okay, so just to remind everyone that you are provided an opportunity to call in and leave a recorded public comment through a voicemail. We'll play those first, and if there's time remaining after that, we'll take people calling in live. And so we didn't have anybody recording comments this time around. We will turn it back to Larry for live phone-in public comment. There's no in-person public comment at Commission Chambers.
Thanks, Mayor. We'll start with our first caller for this. Kim Tanzer is standing by. Ms. Tanzer, if you're there, please go ahead.
Yes. Hello, Commissioners. My name is Kim Tanzer, and I'm calling because you hosted a so-called workshop on affordable housing earlier this week. I set aside my evening, as did others, to participate, and it turned out that it was 1 hour long, and it did not really address the questions at hand. So now I'll do that instead, since I wasn't given that opportunity at the meeting that you hosted. I object to increased zoning flexibility, which was your strategy number 2. This isn't a surprise. This is the same Gainesville Rise proposal that you've been making for 2 years. Your own backup, your own research shows that this will not help with the city's affordable housing problem. I point to your data that shows that 17% of all rental units are vacant as compared to 6% nationally, which demonstrates that you don't need more units and that the supply and demand argument you keep making does not work. Second, I point out that 40% of the city is single family, while 60% is already multifamily. And of that 60%, 30%, 1/3, is what you call the missing middle. And so we have plenty of missing middle housing already. And then finally, in the time that I have, and I could talk about this for longer and would certainly have appreciated a legitimate workshop to discuss it more fully, you propose that in 5 years you'll facilitate the creation of 200 new rental units in an area that has 23,000 single-family homes. So you threaten the disruption of the quiet enjoyment of homes of 23,000 people to potentially provide 200 new people with homes, and that's less than 1% of the homes that are currently in single-family neighborhoods. So I think this is a really flawed idea. I suggest that your real problem that you're trying to address and that people come to you with is that there are some young white folks who would like to live in neighborhoods that they can't currently afford. And I think many of us who have gone through that problem can counsel them on ways that they can work to have their dreams come true. Secondly, I think that Gainesville's new urban community has problems with the fabric in Gainesville, and I don't think that you can fix those problems by opening the city up to developers. So I hope that you will remove increased zoning flexibility from your affordable housing plan and get to work on things that can really make a difference. Thank you.
And Mayor, the other caller for general comment is Nathan Scott. Nathan?
Thank you, Larry. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So I want to echo the comments just made by Ms. Chancer. Thought those were very relevant. I hope the Commission will actually listen to its constituents and all constituents rather than just a select subset. Secondly, there's been a wave of ongoing violent crime in the city of Gainesville, shootings all over the place. Most recently, there was armed robbery at gunpoint. Want to commend GPD, the detectives who are apprehending those two suspects that are alleged to have committed armed robbery, felony at gunpoint. So I think the city and the commission needs to do a little bit more about public safety, because virtue signal and have time to address everything else. Trying to save the world from this, that, the other thing, spend money, hire consultants at every single meeting. But I haven't heard the mayor make a affirmative statement, nor the commission, about the need to address this wake of violent crime and shootings all over our city. Public safety should be priority number one for the Gainesville City Commission. Third, I want the commission to, and I think this is a fair request, to revisit removing the name of convicted felon, former Congresswoman Corrine Brown, from the RTS station. Commission told the public they were going to bring that back for discussion. I think the public is entitled to affirmative up or down vote from the commission as to whether or not to remove Corrine Brown's name from the RTS station as a convicted felon. I think Mayor Poe, you owe that to the citizens and taxpayers for the city of Gainesville. The commission owes it to us. If you want to vote to keep the name on there, fine, that's your prerogative. But you guys got to quit ducking this issue, Mayor Poe. Because again, ducking the issue or not acknowledging the issue or not acknowledging requests of constituents and reneging on your promise to bring this back as you promised over a year ago is just consistent with condoning the fact that it's okay to have the name of a convicted felon on a city property and city building. I just think that's unacceptable. So I ask you, the presiding officer, to put this on the agenda for a commission discussion and affirmative vote as to whether or not to remove the name Corrine Brown, convicted felon, from the RTS station. And finally, in my remaining time, Mayor Poe, there's an email sent to you that you responded to. It's a public record where the ICE had conducted a raid, arrested numerous people, and you responded to this person who indicated that you wrote 2 letters on behalf of 2 detainees that were arrested. I'd like, as a public records request, I'll follow this up with a written request, I would like to be provided with an electronic copy of both of those letters that you wrote on the behalf of those persons referenced in the email that's listed on the city's website. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks to Nathan, and that is the conclusion of public comment at this time.
Okay, thank you, Larry. And Madam Clerk, I assume that you heard that public records request, so we can provide those to Mr. Scott. They should be on file. Okay, Madam Clerk, next item, please. Madam Clerk, we're not hearing you. I'm not sure if you're talking or not.
Okay, can you hear me now?
There we can. Very good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next item is business discussion item 1, approval of a customer information system, mobile work management and customer self-service implementation and hosting services, with the recommendation that the general manager or his designee be authorized to execute a software as a service agreement with Vertex One for a term of 10 years and other agreements as required. In general, agreement with the draft SAS dated November 5th, 2020, subject to approval by the city attorney as to form and legality, and also to authorize the general manager or his designee to execute a new order form with SAP for new licenses to support the Vertex One agreement.
All right, thank you. Mr. Bolarski, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We're really pleased to come before you today to bring you the latest update and requests on the customer care system. And to do that for us today we're bringing in our Chief Customer Officer, Bill Shepard, who's really the product owner on this project, and as such is intimately involved with the process and the direction that this is going for the utility, and best equipped to present, answer questions, and lead the presentation. So with that, I'm turning you over to Mr. Shepard.
Thank you, Ed. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. Bill Shepard, Chief Customer Officer, GRU. I'm here to talk to you about where we stand right now with our customer care system replacement, and to give you some insight as to where we've been the last couple of years with this project, and then where we hope to go. So I am going to share my screen here. All right. So first, a little history. Our current system that we have right now, customer care system, was installed in 2007. And as far as some terminology, so I'm going to be using billing system. I'll be using customer care system, CIS or customer information system. It's pretty much talking about the same thing. So sometimes just with my history, I'll revert back and forth. So if you hear me talk about one of those items, I'm talking about the pretty much the same thing. So in 2014, we received preliminary approval to replace the financial management information system, or FMIS. And that was as well as the customer care system. And that was part of our overall plan for enterprise resource planning and that strategy involved with that. So in 2017, we did the upgrade for the financial system. And in 2018, you all gave us the go-ahead to move forward with getting a solicitation to get firm pricing for a billing system replacement. So where we left off the last time we came to you was in March of 19. We were just beginning the invitation to negotiate, or ITN process. And since then, it's been a little bit longer than we anticipated. One, the fact of just the complexity of an ITN process by itself. Instead of an RFP process that you know exactly what you want and exactly how you want it, and bidders bid on that specific scope, the ITN broadens it up a little bit, and you generally say what you want, and then you have bidders coming in and telling us how they can satisfy that need. So it's a little bit longer of a process than a typical RFP. And then also we had a little thing called COVID that hit us over the last 10 months. So with that, I'm going to hit the current timeline. So in 2019, most of 2019 was spent getting the ITN out, getting the bids back, evaluating and scoring those bids, and then shortlisting the folks that responded down to 3 vendors. The beginning part of 2020, we had vendor demonstrations and we selected a finalist, and we wanted to start the confirmation sessions and workshops with that vendor in April. But of course, like I said, COVID happened and a lot of that was delayed. We were able to pick back up on that in June. We finished that confirmation and finished those scoping workshops. And starting in July through October, we started negotiation of exactly what that contract would necessarily look like. Yesterday, we presented to the UAB and received their approval on the project. And then, of course, I'm here today with you all to give you the update and hopefully get the approval to move forward as well. And then we are hoping to get started January 2021 for a project kickoff. And it's about an 18-month project. So the next few slides, I'm gonna go over fairly quickly. A lot of this stuff you've heard from me, from others over the course of the last couple of years as to why we're doing what we're doing and why we're looking at replacing this system. So some of our whys are listed here. Of course, we want to improve the customer experience. We want a system that's cost effective and easy to support in the long term. It will become the system of record for all of our customer data. It'll enable efficient business management now and more importantly in the future. We want it to be intuitive and offer modern functionality. And we want it to be a modern technological platform that can easily integrate with other initiatives we have coming up in the future or currently, such as AMI, Advanced Metering Infrastructure, our outage management system, our enterprise asset management system, those kind of applications that really need a full tie-in to the overall enterprise resource plan. And then one of the underlying ideas that we have is to limit customizations. One of the things that got us into some of the issues I'm going to talk about in later slides is the amount of customization we did on our current product. It really tied our hands on being able to be flexible and adapt with changes. So what will it get us? So improved operational efficiencies is a huge one. So I've got it broken out. The first part of the slide is the old system, what we have right now, and then our proposed new system. So just to give you an example, our customer service reps use 4 or more applications. And those of you who have been fortunate enough to meet with us and sit in our call center, you've seen it firsthand. A turn on, for example, which should be fairly simple, takes them about 20 to 30 minutes, and it's a mostly manual process. So they're manually going to different screens and checking backgrounds and any kind of past due balances and whatnot. The new system would be more like 1 or 2 interfaces, and a turn on would take 5 or 10 minutes, and a lot of that workflow would be automated. Another example, it takes us right now 6 weeks to train a customer service rep and about 6 months to be for them to be fully effective on the floor. We're hoping with the new system, which is going to be much more intuitive, it'll cut that training down to 2 weeks, and they'll be fully capable of being on the floor within 2 months. The old system, we've had very little new or improved process since we went live in 2007. And with the new system that we're proposing, it'll always be on the newest version with the newest features. And one of the last points I'll hit on the operational efficiencies is our call wait time. Right now, it's over 5 minutes on average. We actually got a little bit of help with COVID in that for a few months, we didn't have a lot of calls coming in. So our service levels for the year looked pretty decent at 5, but in all reality, we're a little bit more than that. And we want to be more like the industry standard, which is 30 to 120 seconds on the call response time. And a lot of that is driven by how much time we have on the phone, or it takes us to handle customers on the phone. We want to be able to meet customer expectations. So our customers, they don't compare us to Clay Electric and FPL. They compare us to Google, they compare us to Amazon, and they compare us to those experiences they have with those companies. So those companies have very deep pockets, and they're able to provide a lot of really cool things and features for their customers. We have to be a little bit more conservative, but we feel that a new system would really help us bridge a lot of the gap that we have right now between that experience that customers have with those vendors or with those companies and what they have with us. So old system, there's no flexibility to add features because of that customization point I told you about. And give you a little bit of context on that. The way we've customized the system that we have right now, the fear is if we change one thing in the system, 5 things downstream could break. So it's a real fear. So the new system would have off-the-shelf functionality and features and have little to no customization. Another example, something that you all have asked for and inquired about, is the bill roundup feature. So if a customer had a bill that was, say, $100.25, they could round it up to $101 and have that 75 cents go to our project share to help with utility bills. Well, that would require a major effort to go in the system and make that happen with our current system. The new system, on the other hand, features like that and other requested features could be easily worked into future upgrades. And another point with meeting customer expectations, I already mentioned this before with the advanced metering infrastructure, AMI. Right now we have 30-day meter intervals. If we were to implement AMI and have that 15-minute data, that data could be easily shared with our customers and used to help create more flexible rate options for customers too. So that's something that we would get with a new system. Integration. The old system is very cumbersome integration with our financial system, for example. We have monthly reconciliation. The new system would be a nightly reconciliation. So the cash that we take in through our billing system would be reconciled every night versus every 30 days. Our current system is not compatible with AMI functionality. So even if we put in an AMI system and don't have a new billing system to help manage those features, the customer would see very little on their end of that. So new system would be fully compatible with AMI functionality and help us really maximize that value proposition. Prepaid metering is another benefit of having an AMI system. That's not possible in our legacy billing system that we have right now, easily integrated in the new system. And you sort of get the idea. Our old system is very rigid and not flexible to handle those new integrations.
Hey, Bill, could you explain a little bit about the prepay a little bit, because it's really an interesting feature. I think it does go to the customer service element.
Sure.
Could you explain a little bit?
Yeah. So what prepaid is instead of customers putting down a deposit for their service and paying on 30 days past the time that they've used the electricity, they can pay as they go. It's sort of like a prepaid phone, and they'll put $20 on their account and they use $20 of electricity, and then a text will hit them when they're down to $18 and say, hey, you might want to refresh your account a little bit. And that could be a convenience to a lot of customers that don't want to give us a $300 or $400 deposit. That's something that we hold on to just to secure the account. With prepaid, we don't need that deposit because they're paying as they go. So it's a really cool feature. It's not for all customers, but I think a lot of customers would take advantage of it. And it's possible if you have that AMI infrastructure and a billing system to work with it.
And Mr. Shepard, if you could please pause for a question from Commissioner Simmons.
Sure.
What is the new mobile work order system? How does that work?
So the work order system that we have right now, which is outdated and no longer supported, it's when we take a new order, for example, in our customer service area for a turn-on request, and that turn-on request is at 123 ABC address. That talks to a mobile work order system that sets up a turn-on, and it goes to field services, prints a ticket, and field services goes out and executes that request, that turn-on request. That system is a very complex system because it has to do that same thing for water, it has to do that same thing for natural gas, and it's really how our billing system takes an account that's off and turns that account on. With the new system, it comes with that new mobile workforce management system integrated into it. So it's really just a fancy way for us to be able to take what we're putting in the computer at the office and execute it out in the field. Does that help?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shepard.
Yeah. Also, reduce system risk. So our old system, extremely customized, as I mentioned, there's a theme there. No functional upgrades, security patches, or fixes since we went live in 2007. The new system is a software as a service, and we're going to talk about that a little bit in the next couple slides, which is more of a turnkey service, and it will ensure that we'll always have the most up-to-date version, enhancements, security patches, and fixes applied. To give you an idea of this old system and some of that customized workflow, they can cause major issues, especially if it's some embedded workflow that we're not absolutely aware of. If you all recall back in Hurricane Irma, we sent 27,000 estimated bills out. I know that caused headaches for you. It caused headaches for us. It was something that we didn't anticipate on the front end, and we certainly took several months to recover from that. So this off-the-shelf, best of industry standard functionality in the new system will, we won't have those kind of surprises. So the expectations that we set with you all over the last several years, in 2016, we put a placeholder in for $20 million for CapEx implementation services for CCS and EAM. In 2018, we refined that estimate and came back to you with about a $23 million CapEx for implementation. And the response we got, I believe from Commissioner Ward, was, is there something else between 0 and 23 million that we can work with? So we went back to the drawing board, and in 2019, we were working with AAC. We refined those estimates further and came up with about 13 to 18 million CapEx estimate by opening up and looking beyond an SAP solution and also including cloud offerings. And that's really the notion that we went into our invitation to negotiate our ITN process with. So it really broadened the horizon for us. So as I mentioned, that software as a service, it's a relatively new, it may be a relatively new concept for you all. So our traditional on-premise solutions, like our current billing system, our current financial system, it's built on site and requires a lot of expensive hardware. The focus is mostly on the upfront implementation costs. So when we talked to you all in the past in 16 and 18, those dollars that we talked about were implementation dollars. Future system upgrades, patches, and fixes, which are all absolutely necessary across the life cycle of that product, they're assumed, but they're not factored into the costs. Onus is on us to support and fix and keep them current. Hardware upgrades and replacements are assumed, but again, they're not factored into the cost. So because of priorities, daily priorities, annual priorities, we can get multiple versions behind, which we're seeing that right now, and out of support because other projects sort of take their place and take the priority. Software as a service, however, it's more of a turnkey service. It's hosted by another provider off-site, and it's in the cloud on their hardware. The focus is now from implementation, it's more on the total cost of ownership over a contractual period, in this case, 10 years. Future upgrades, patches, and fixes are already included and factored into the cost, and the onus is on the provider to support and fix and keep it current. So the provider is also responsible to keep their hardware upgraded and replaced. So through those agreements, it never is going to be more than one version behind the current version. So in other words, the system that we have at year 10 will be just as current and up to date as the system we install in year 1, which I think is a huge benefit by looking at a software as a service solution.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. If you'd pause again for a question from Commissioner Simmons.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you explain focus on total cost of ownership over a contractual period of 10 years? It's just explained to me like I'm in the 3rd grade.
Yeah, no, not a problem at all. So to do that, let's start with the on-premise one. So the on-premise or the system that we build in-house, there's a cost to that. There's a hardware cost. There's a cost to create the system and make it work with how GRU works. And we have that cost, that chunk of money. And it's really 1 to 2 years that we bear those costs. Well, we don't really look at 3 years from them, we need to upgrade this server stack, or 4 years from them, we need to upgrade the software altogether. And it's actually probably more like a year from then we'd need to upgrade the software to keep it current. And that takes a lot of effort, takes a lot of resources, but none of those costs are assumed in that implementation, those year 1 and 2 costs. Software as a service software as a service instead looks at total cost of ownership. So there's an implementation piece on the front, which we'll talk to in a little bit, but more so, there's a contractual period that we're going to have with this hosted provider that supplies all that stuff for the next 10 years. So it's a bigger dollar sign, obviously, but it is ensuring that through the course of those 10 years, the software is updated and patched and fixed. Any kind of issues that we have are addressed by them, Any kind of hardware that breaks or that needs to be upgraded is done by them. So it just rolls that cost into one, that total cost of ownership over 10 years. Does that help?
Yeah, I have a follow-up question. So what's the difference between that approach and warranties? Do we typically get certain warranties in a year's time, 2-3 years time, if we have to go out and repair, fix, or look at that program a certain way? Are warranties included in these various software, hardware programs? And what's the difference between that approach and having the long-term approach where they're taking care of it versus us doing it under warranty? Or do we have warranties?
So I'll attempt to do it with an analogy and see if that helps. If not, I've got one of our project managers online, George Demopoulos, who can address it too. So I look at that as being the standard warranty on your car. So you buy a car and you get a standard warranty of 3 years, 36,000 miles. So most of this stuff we're going to buy is going to have that standard warranty. What total cost of ownership is more of that extended warranty. So even though your standard warranty on your car only lasts 3 years, well, you intend to drive it for 10. So standard warranty on this type of system may last 2 years, may last 1 year or 3 years, but we intend to use it for 10. So the total cost of ownership really rolls in that extended warranty, if you will, and there's a cost for that. And, you know, in year 8, if something goes wrong, we can have that company fix it, and they're on the line for it. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, Bill, and I think that should be explained so the public can know, just to have that information and that knowledge. Because what I'm wanting to know is, if we have, just as use your analogy, if we just have a basic warranty, and with this new ITN, it will become an extended warranty. How does the cost associated with the warranty and extended warranty, does it cancel one another out? Are we getting a better deal by getting this extended warranty versus just having the basic warranty and pay as we go?
Right. Yeah, and I think with the extended warranty, it really covers us through that entire period. So.
Okay.
Yeah, Bill, if I can add to that, I really appreciate the questions that Commissioner Simmons is asking. It gets really to the heart of the issue. But as you're talking, I have a little birdie in my ear that's telling me a few more things that might help in the situation here. You know, what we're talking about with software as a solution is what they call a hosted solution. Is somebody taking you know, ownership of the solution for us. One thing you need to understand is that the disaster recovery on a hosted solution is you know, contractually guaranteed. It's not subject to you know, whether we have done our homework, if you will, and subject to some other issues. There's better backup and data control on you know, a hosted solution, and quite, you know, we've kind of been talking around the issue a little bit here, but it literally keeps us honest, because what's happened, and just had to be honest about this, with the GRU and probably, you know, some of the other city services, is you get the solution, you buy the software, but then you got to do the updates, you got to do the patches, you got to do all those things. And you got to be vigilant. You got to include it in your budget. And a lot of times that's not something that's in the original capital expenditure. When you get it hosted and it's software as a service, it doesn't allow you to fall behind. And you know, I think one of the questions by the UAB was, you know, gee, it seems like a lot of money for, you know, something that, you know, what is it? There's no hardware associated. Oh, what you got is an ownership. You got basically a data system ownership solution here through SA, through software as a service. So it's actually more than just an extended warranty. It's more a lease where they're responsible. You know, I kind of look at it as buying a car versus leasing a car, and having all those things taken care of, through the leasing agency. But potato. I'm sorry, Bill.
Thanks, Ed. No, that's very smart birdie talking to you.
All right, back to you, Bill.
All right. So with that, the negotiated implementation costs that we came out of the ITN process with, an implementation CapEx of $13.5 million, an implementation O&M of just under $1 million, with a total implementation cost of $14.3 million. For the cost versus benefit, again, we got to shift the paradigm a little bit. We were previously talking about implementation costs only. This is looking at that total cost of ownership, so that extended warranty or that lease, if you will. So the total cost of ownership over the 10 years is $34.6 million. The total cost avoidance and benefits. So of course, when we put in a new system, we're going to capitalize on a lot of efficiencies and be able to stop doing things that we're doing right now of cost avoidance. And we're hoping to also capitalize on some workforce optimization as well. So that's worth about $14 million over those 10 years. So the net cost of the solution to us is $20.6 million. So if you look back at the challenge that we were given, is there something between 0 and 23 million that we can implement this system with? Well, we brought you the cost of the implementation at 14.3 million, but even better yet, we're looking at a total cost 10-year solution of 20.6 million. So I think we really hit the mark on that range that we were given. I think it was a very thoughtful request that we were given back then, and I'm happy that we were able to come through and make it happen. So with that, where do we stand right now?
Mr. Shepherd, can you pause for a question, please, from
Yes,
Commissioner Sacco? Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yes, Mayor. Mr. Shepherd, just a question, and it's because there's a bit of a discrepancy between the agenda and your presentation. On the agenda, it says that the net cost of the solution is 16 million. I just want to confirm that the one in your presentation is the correct number.
Say that one more time, Commissioner Sacco.
So in our agenda, it says that the total cost of implementation is 14 million, so that matches. That the total cost of ownership over 10 million is 30 million, not 34. That the total cost avoidance benefit is 14 million, so that is correct, but that the net cost of the solution is 16.7 million, but yours is 20 million. I just want to clarify which one's correct.
Yeah, it's the 20 million.
Okay.
There were a lot of numbers going up back and forth while we were trying to come to this point. And we were really looking at a lot of different alternatives and ways when we discussed looking at net present value. And, that could just be a very long drawn out conversation. So we just decided just to go to the flat dollar sign of the total 10-year cost and the total 10-year benefit, and then have a net from it. So that's probably where that 16, I apologize if that's the way that agenda item came out.
I just wanted to clarify. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, let me step in there, Bill. I mean, it kind of addresses what one of the citizens said earlier. We've been dealing with COVID here for 9 months or so. And, in the earlier months, it was, we all looked at working remotely as, something that would only go on for a short period of time, but we persevered through this. After 9 months, it gets harder and harder to work more efficiently and accurately through some of this, with people being in different offices and not being able to sit down and kind of go over some of this stuff. So, we're persevering through this, but I will apologize for the staff for, some of the kerfuffles that occurred in getting some of this out there. But what Bill is presenting right now is the accurate number. We went over it. Again, I apologize for some of that, information flow that was not accurate. Go ahead, Bill.
Thank you, Ed. So where do we stand right now? We had preliminary budget approval in 2016 for 20 million. We've got project consultants on board and had them. AAC came in and they helped us really gather our requirements and helped us with the ITN process and helping setting up a scoring matrix for that. Our project team, internal project team, has been selected. Our requirements have been defined. Our vendor has been selected, which is Vertex One, and we're ready for that final licensing and managed service negotiations to wrap up and get things rolling. So we're essentially idling at a starting line. We're hoping to get started January 2021. And if we can start in January of next year, it still means a mid to late 2022 finish, which can't come soon enough for this guy. But that's where we're at. So with that, our recommendation is to authorize the GM or his designee to execute a software as a service agreement with Vertex One, as well as authorize Ed or his designee to execute a new order form with SAP for new licenses and support in support of the Vertex One agreement. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Shepard. Why don't you go back to the recommendation slide and just leave it up there
Yes,
for
sir.
anybody that's watching so they can see what the recommendation is. Any further questions from the commission, or is there a motion? Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I wanted to take a short moment to appreciate the time that it's taken both our GRU staff and the City Commission to get to this point in this particular item. It's been a long time coming. I don't think we anticipated that we would be in these circumstances with the pandemic when we came to finally come to an agreement that I think was both at a good price point, but also was going to be giving the utility the functionality and upgrades that are not just going to improve from our pre-existing system, but that are going to set us up for further improvements down the road, which is, I think, really the ultimate goal here of trying to lift all of GRU into that 21st century utility component that we often talk about. Happy to hear what other commissioners have to say, but I'm prepared to move the recommendation and authorize the general manager.
Okay, there's a motion. The second, Madam Clerk, the motion was from Commissioner Ariola. The second was Commissioner Hayes Santos. Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Shepard and Mr. Blarski, thank you for taking the challenge as it was intended, and really you and your staff went through this in an exemplary way, and I appreciate what you brought back to us, and that you took the challenge seriously and brought us back what I think is not only a more cost-effective product, but a better product. The industry caught up a little bit while we were working on it, I think, and I'm very pleased with the solution you brought back to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank GRU staff. I think this is a much better way to go for us in terms of going with the software as a service versus buying it outright. I think for some of the reasons that we're in the place we're in right now is that we never budget for fixing stuff later. And this pretty much forces us to budget every year for an updated product. And we've seen GRU as a customer service has fallen year after year after year. They've fallen behind, and this, I think, will have a significant impact on customers being able to interact with our utility. And I think the customer experience will be light years better. And I can't wait to call them myself and then see how the experience goes, but also just the billing experience. I was talking to someone yesterday who had a big issue with their bill, and this system should fix it. So I'm excited that we're moving forward on this. And this would, you said, go live, that was early 2022, is that right? Or mid 2022? Late
Mid to late 2022. 18 months from the time we start.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Just the one other thing I'd add is that the hole that we dug ourselves, and this was through no fault of anyone, but as we customized our software systems to meet the sort of next need and the next need and the next need as the utility grew and evolved, we backed ourselves further and further away from support for our platforms, and that put us in a really precarious position. So I think, you know, the out of everything that gives me the most comfort with this proposal is that we will constantly have the newest, best, updated version that will seamlessly work with the rest of the system, and we don't have to get into that same you know, sort of unenviable place that nobody wants to be, which is this patched together you know, system across the different parts of the utility. So I'm happy to move forward with this. I'm glad that we finally got it before us, and I know no one's more happy than Mr. Shepard, so he can make a call and give the green light, and they can get going in early January. So with that, we will turn to public comment. Let's go ahead and start with anybody in the chambers here that wishes to make a comment on this motion. And then Larry, after this, we have one person in the chambers, Larry, and then we'll go to you.
Very good, sir.
Mr. Poe, Ray Washington. I will comment on this. I have something tangentially related to it. Just a simple-minded person. What I heard, I'm sure somebody will explain it, the cost and the cost avoidance and the benefits are $16 million less than the cost. That's what I heard. Maybe you'll explain that. The reason I'm here is because I've gotten several calls and contacts from people in the community who've told me, and I did check it out, that there is no live streaming of this meeting, that on Cox Cable, which is only available to those who can afford it, it's not really equitable to deny the ability of people to participate in the meeting. And the door was locked when I came here. I just want the record to show there are 3 police officers in here, and I don't know what cost. One out front, nobody in this meeting but me, a limited ability for folks who don't have certain resources to participate, and that's not acceptable. And I'm saying it in the context of this particular issue because there have already been, I guess, a vote on a consent agenda, a vote on the regular agenda, general public comment, early public comment, and now this meeting where members of the public were closed out. I don't know if there's going to be required a mandamus from a court or something. If this is, and I've been also told by numerous members of the public that there have been similar issues. It was either the plan board or the development review board. I have to go back and look at my emails, as well as I thank the utility advisory board and audit and finance. So this commission, before COVID hit, had a year-long record, on the record, saying that you wanted to shut citizens out, and you've accomplished that, but that's only in a legislative chamber. It's not in the judicial realm. $4,000 or however many $1,000 to have gatekeepers, thousands of dollars that have been spent to exclude members of the public. It's not acceptable, and it won't stand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Larry. Over to you.
Mayor, we have 2 speakers on this item, Nathan Scott, followed by Brian O'Brien. We'll start with Nathan. You're on.
Thank you, Larry. Good afternoon, mayors, commissioners. Nathan Scott. Couldn't be there in person because I was in Hahira, but want to echo some of the concerns raised by Mr. Washington. I've been following this along. This has been going on for since 2014. 6 years later, we're still talking about it. We have a sales pitch which says on the agenda item is duly noted by Commissioner Sacco. I want to give her credit because that's exactly what I was going to point out. Raina, is that the agenda item says the total cost of ownership is $30.8 million. But we heard from Mr. Shepard the total cost of ownership is $34.6 million over the same period. That's inconsistency that I think GRU customers have heartburn with, Mayor Poe and commissioners. $1 million here, $1 million there. Don't care because it's not your money. And we heard Mr. Bilarski get on there and make a sales pitch for this like Jim Gordon did when he sold you the biomass contract. You know, everything's peachy. This is going to be great. Well, the bottom line here, commissioners, is what's the payback on this investment? As Mr. Washington noted, there is none. The cost of ownership over the time period exceeds the benefit by millions and millions and millions of dollars. 34.6 billion versus like 16 million. You know, in the current environment with the financial challenges that GRU is facing, the COVID challenges, the inability of people to pay their electric bills, the reduced revenue from businesses that have been shut down, the financial hardship the city's going to be facing, mainly in part due to the fiscal irresponsible spending of the mayor of the Gainesville City Commission, but also due to revenue goals. Perhaps this is not the time to pull the trigger on a $34.6 million expenditure. When things are working today, yes, it's a patchwork. Yes, everyone wants something better. We wanted something better in 2014. We spent millions of dollars back then. Nothing. Now we hear Mr. Shepard talk about consultants, this, we did this, we established a team. That's great. GRU senior management is some of the highest paid employees. Mr. Bilarski is the highest paid employee in the city of Gainesville. But yet again, GRU can't do anything without hiring a bunch of consultants to advise them. They don't even know what their own requirements are. So the question begs, do we really need this system? Do we need to make this capital investment now? We should have made it 6 years ago in better times. But now, looking at the payback, strictly on a payback analysis, I'm not seeing the payback, commissioners. And I think, Commissioner Simmons, you asked the right point, as you always do. You're asking the questions, and I think you got, frankly, patronized and bamboozled. And they were talking down to you, and I think that's unacceptable. They're acting like you don't understand what's going on. And that's not right. But the payback on this project, there is no payback. It doesn't cover the cost of ownership. So therefore, you have to question, commissioners, common sense. Do you make the investment in these difficult financial times with the challenges facing the utility or not? And I think the answer is you need a question mark.
Thank you,
need
Mr.
to
Scott.
decide that
Appreciate
issue. Thank
you
you,
calling
Larry.
in. Could we have the next caller, please, Larry?
Our next speaker.
Hi, Larry.
Go ahead.
Hi, Larry. Brian O'Brien for the record. Mayor Poe and commissioners, I just once again am appalled that you're talking about approving that type of expenditure for the residents of the city of Gainesville in this time of extreme hardship and need. It's very, very saddening that you think you can come up with this better city you're always talking about by spending more money. That's the worst possible way to go about representing the citizens of the city of Gainesville. I'd just like to note for the record that I endorse everything that Mr. Scott is so knowledgeable about the fiscal aspects of these matters, and I haven't studied it, but he's probably spot on that there's no payback for this. And I'm not in the Hayhira. We're not hanging out together, but he's been giving you good advice for a long time that gets ignored. And these slick consultants sitting there, I wish I was there. I'd railroad them out of your chamber in a heartbeat. They're out for their commission. And I know there's a little sweetener in there somewhere for one of you folks sitting up there on the dais. But the main reason I called was to file another complaint that this meeting is not being properly broadcast as was advertised on the city's webpage and collateral information. Monday, we had the same problem with audit and finance. You all have finally figured out how to rig the system to exclude us from these meetings. I called Mr. Feldman's office and I spoke with Ms. Zanny Lynch to report that to Mr. Feldman. She gave me some hogwash about calling communications. I don't want to hear your excuses. I want you to follow the law. And this business of hiding things from the general public by excluding them from meetings through your various trickery has really harmed the city of Gainesville in ways that most people can't even fathom how much damage you're doing sitting there up on your high horse. I will be filing a complaint. I believe this is another illegal meeting, and I hope that you can find your way through the darkness. Thank you. Bye.
Mayor, a third caller joined us. I just wanted to see whether this caller is related to this utility item.
Yes,
Armando
I am.
Grundy Gomez. Okay, go ahead. You have the floor.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, minus all of the ad hominems from some of the previous callers, I would normally think that there was some, maybe some stuff that they were not totally being acted on, but you know what? I will say this meeting is not advertised. Your network or network outages, Mr. Mayor, just so you know for the record, has been down for several days. So people can't even watch old meetings, can't even watch this meeting. So that, I thought they might have been embellishing, they're not. The other thing that Mr. O'Brien is not embellishing on is when it comes to public records requests. I never call into you guys and complain. I hardly ever make public records requests. I gotta tell you, it took 4 weeks and a lot of games, and I'm still waiting to get public records requests, still waiting. And this is what we call citizens empowered, or it's very disappointing. So, I mean, I feel like I'm dealing with people that are supposed to be public officials and professionals that are playing games with public records requests. And I'm not some of the folks that come down there every day. I hardly ever do that, but I did. And I'm dealing with what Mr. O'Brien is talking about. And I think it's unfortunate and it's shameful. That said, related to what's going on, Mr. Mayor, my question is directed toward Mr. Belarski in as much as this is my question. Mr. Belarski, Mr. Mayor, I'll relate it to you, Mr. Mayor, if you could get this question asked, is I would like to know what is the return on investment with the structural level problems we are having in our budget with GRU? Can the manager give me a clear, definitive answer with all the structural problems in the budget and all of the debt service that GRU is carrying? How do we propose to pay this without having to go to C-level or variable rate bonds to pay for this stuff? And what is the return on investment? And I think it's a fair question. There's no ad hominem attack. There's nothing secretive. It's a very clear-cut question, and I would like to know it. Thank you.
Mayor, those are all our callers on this topic.
Okay, thank you, Larry. A lot to unpack there. First of all, this has already been budgeted. It's included in this current fiscal year's budget. It is not additional expenditure, but included in what has already been approved. In fact, it's a good bit less than what was previously requested by the utility. The payback is significant. The basic problem with Mr. Scott's math is assuming if we do nothing today, there would be zero cost moving forward. There would be tremendous cost moving forward because we have an antiquated system that's becoming more and more expensive to maintain, even at the most basic levels on a daily basis. And so that is where we are going to see a benefit of avoided costs of over $14 million over the 10-year horizon that this contract is good for. I also would love if our local community cannot emulate the national efforts by Trump and the Republicans to accuse of wrongdoing where there is no proof or evidence of doing so. Mr. O'Brien's comment that somehow one of the elected officials is benefiting from a decision we make at the dais is unacceptable and is not based in fact. And in fact, Mr. O'Brien did not offer any evidence of such an act. I disagree with my colleagues up here often. I have never once thought of any of them to be anything but the greatest people with the highest integrity trying to do the best they can for the city of Gainesville. And to bring in that kind of national garbage to our local community is unacceptable. Finally, Mr. Grundy Gomez, if you are having trouble with your public records request, I'm happy to help you with that. Our clerk will help you with that. I do not know what the problem is. And as far as the broadcast, yes, our Granicus live stream has crashed. They have been working on it for several days. But we are broadcasting on Channel 12 as well as Facebook Live, and have our chambers open. If people feel the need to come down and cannot access one of those two other ways of viewing our meetings. We are working on it. It is not something we did intentionally. We have a lot of people very stressed out trying to fix the problem. And as soon as it is fixed, we will start putting it on our live stream again. With that, I'll turn to Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just to the avoided cost too, there's also costs there's a dollar cost that we'll save, but there also are avoided costs for all the customers who you may be on hold for 20 minutes and now you'll be reduced to being on hold for 5 minutes or 2 minutes or whatever that might be as well. And just all of that kind of heartache that comes with that. So there are dollars saved to the community that aren't even in this that could be part as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will reiterate a few things here. First of all, I just had some folks check. We are on Channel 12, as we've been for many years. That is broadcasting. I checked myself. We are definitely live, about 10 seconds behind on Facebook Live. So, pretty sure the world can watch us. I want to speak to what one of our callers said also, as the mayor already has. Someone said they know somebody up here is on the take. Please bring that proof to GPD immediately. Please bring that proof to GPD immediately. If anybody watching, knows and has proof that any public official is taking money for something inappropriate, please let the police know. But if you just want to try to score points and you don't have any proof and you just want to drag somebody, please keep it to yourself. Our nation, our state, our county, and our city have actual work to do on behalf of the people. If you believe that you have proof that someone is doing something illegal, you should do something about it. But bring the proof. Bring it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the callers made a comment that I was being spoken down to. I just want the public to know that's not the case. I asked Mr. Shepherd to explain a portion of his presentation to me as if I was in the 3rd grade, and he did a wonderful job. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. With that, we have a motion on the floor. That motion reflects the recommendation you see before you on the screen to authorize the GM or his designee to execute the software agreement with Vertex One and authorize the GM to execute a new order form with SAP for the license of support for Vertex One. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk?
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Our next item is BD2, Pedestrian Safety Ordinance.
Madam Clerk, we still can't hear you real well.
I'll lean in. Our next item is BD2, Pedestrian Safety Ordinance, with the recommendation that the commission discuss and take action as necessary.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hayes Santos, we'll start off with you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to be clear what I would like to talk about pedestrian safety versus talking about panhandling. I think we need to separate those completely because they are two very different things, and they're dealt with differently in what your constitutional rights. I want us to talk about pedestrian safety and how do we ensure that people who are in areas where it's not safe, where there's a higher danger of them being hit by a car, and we do have a goal of being Vision Zero, of looking at how do we reduce the chance that they will be injured and hit by a car. Last year we had someone die who was in areas where, and unfortunately our city is designed for cars, and I would like to change it around, but we are what we are now. And I believe that we should look at finding ways to ensure that people are not in dangerous areas, such as medians that are a foot wide or other things like that, and are not interacting between cars and putting themselves into dangerous situations. I think people on the sidewalk, that's great, and trying to segregate different areas from cars are here, bikes are here, pedestrians are here is the safest way for us to move towards a vision zero and reducing deaths. I would like for us to, and I'd like to kind of hear from the city attorney on the county does have a pedestrian safety ordinance, and I would like for us to consider having the city do an educational campaign about that and work towards enforcing that as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Commissioner Ward, and then Madam Attorney, if you can be prepared to comment on Commissioner Hayes Santos' suggestion. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, following on what Commissioner Santos said, I have concerns about calling this panhandling because that's not what I'm trying to avoid here. I'm trying to avoid people being killed because they're standing in medians or walking through traffic or sitting in traffic. Sometimes those people are apparently homeless and trying to get money to survive. Sometimes they are children trying to collect money for their appear to be collecting money for their football team. They got their cute little football helmet, and they're standing on a busy state road, like on the road, waiting for the light. And I fear one of those children is going to get hit by someone who coughs or looks the other way or does something they shouldn't be doing in traffic. I have experienced, and I know all of us have, folks who are walking through traffic collecting money for a nonprofit. That worries me as well. You don't know what's going to happen with a distracted or just bad driver. We need to, as we redesign roads, design roads that are safer for pedestrians. I want us to take bad and distracted driving more seriously as an enforcement mechanism. But I also want us to recognize that when someone is sitting or lying in a 24-inch wide median, their life is in danger. And I want us to recognize that children standing next to traffic on the side of the road for extended periods of time waiting for the opportunity to go ask people for money are in danger. People walking through stopped lanes of traffic, hoping to time it right, raising money for a nonprofit. Their lives are in danger. We need to not think about this as something we'll find a solution for a couple of years from now. We need to do something pretty quickly, as we asked a year ago, because somebody else is going to die. And when somebody else dies, it won't be just the person. It will be the people who watch it, the person who causes the injury or the death. Everybody's got to live with that forever then. We have to live with it because we know it's a problem. And the next person who is injured or killed because they're sitting in a median, we own that. Because we haven't done anything about it, even though we know it's a problem. And it is not an issue of asking for money. It is an issue of personal safety. My understanding, and I could be wrong, is that there are state statutes that to some degree limit what you can do walking around in traffic. I want to know what we can do to empower GPD to enforce that, as well as what else we might consider. And I've had extensive conversations over the last year with lots of different organizations, internally and externally. And I see this happen more in Gainesville than I do in other cities. There has to be a way to keep people safer. And I want us to figure it out sooner rather than later before somebody else gets killed. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so I think I was the one who wanted to deal as well with the panhandling issue and what to do with it, because in my experience speaking with some folks who are on the median, they're doing it as an act of desperation. However, should we do anything to enforce the laws that are currently on the book to keep people off any kind of median, my worry is what will happen to these folks. They will be pushed to the sidewalk. They will still engage with folks who are passing through the sidewalk. And we have to have a backup plan. The two are not separate issues, or one falls out of the other. So if we do anything to enforce these laws or empower GPD, there's very little you can do about panhandling necessarily, but I want us to have a plan on what to do with those individuals who aren't students, who aren't children, fundraising for their sports teams. I want us to have a solution to go along with this enforcement. I want us to have a plan that works for everyone who will be impacted by this. And that's why I wanted both the ordinance, which I think is a good idea, and I fully support the county ordinance, and I think we should be enforcing it, but I want us to enforce it equitably across all boards. And if we only enforce it against folks who happen to be panhandling, or if that's the most apparent or visible instance of folks who violate that law, I want us to know that we are doing something to address their needs or get them in contact. When I spoke with folks, there were folks who were insisting that Grace Marketplace was dangerous and they couldn't go there. So I think it requires a level of outreach to those folks, a partnership of outreach and enforcement. And that's why I wanted to have the conversation of both together, because there is some kind of disconnect where folks think that the median is their only option, and if we push them off the median, I don't know where they'll go other than the sidewalk, which has its own problems when they interact with other people and our neighbors just trying to walk and use the sidewalk. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Back to Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we have to deal more robustly and more humanely with the issue of chronic homelessness, because that's what people who are, nobody is standing in the median for 6 or 8 hours a day for fun or because it pays well. It clearly does not. They're there because they don't have other options. And I would challenge anyone who smirks that, oh, they ought to just go get a job, to stand out there for a few hours themselves and see how much fun it is, because it's pretty bad. So we have a responsibility, I think, as does the county, to find out how to provide services for people who find themselves in that situation and to keep them from that situation. It's a much bigger issue. And I think the way we approach it is with social workers building trust and approaching people and helping them through services. I think that's the fairly obvious yet expensive way to do this, but it's the obvious move that we need to take. That's separate. We have to, I believe, that if we don't take some action on helping people not be in the medians and walking in traffic, we are going to be dealing with another death before we know it. So there's a proximate thing happening right now, and then there's a bigger issue that's causing that thing. We cannot let the bigger issue go unworked, because it's a failure of our community, and we have to figure out how to meet that. But in the meantime, if it takes us 6 months to shore up that failure and start doing what needs to be done, or even 2 months, and in the meantime, somebody gets run over at 13th and University because they were sitting in the median, we own that. So to some degree, they are separate, and we cannot wait for the big solution, as we've been doing, to fix what is actually happening and what is life-threatening on a daily basis. My opinion, I can be talked out of it.
Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with everyone here, and I think my issue, and it's a low-hanging fruit, is the props that's being used in the median, the boxes, the maybe a chair or someone sitting on a bucket. Those type of things that I am afraid if anything goes wrong, if it comes into the road, a car might hit it, then it's a accident waiting to happen. And I'm not sure if the county's ordinance addresses objects in the median or the right of way or anything like that. But that's a very, I'm concerned about that, about the objects that are in the median. And like you all, I'm also concerned about the other things as well. But for me, that may be a low-hanging fruit, but that's what I'm worried about. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm in agreement with my colleagues. I think that the direction that we should go, number one, we need to have an ordinance that is going to be about protecting people. And the most dangerous place for anybody to be is in the middle of the road, and you're basically there if you're on a median. I think it's also important that within that ordinance, we also include a cleanup of the streets, because a lot of material does get left behind, which could be very dangerous. And then, of course, there is, the added issue of, these are people, and we need to make sure that this government isn't just trying to push people out of sight, out of mind. The concern for me is this is not a safe practice. It's not safe for anybody. And we also need to offer ways that people can utilize services and programs so that they can have hope, because that's why they're out there. They're out there because that is the base hope that someone is going to be kind enough to spare some change so that they can have a meal for the day. And in the city of Gainesville, we need to strive to, because we do have residents who care and who put their time into helping people who need a meal for the day. We in the city of Gainesville, particularly this government, need to have the compassion to help people find those paths. So they are sort of bifurcated issues. There's the immediate enforcement of safety, which I think is the direction we need to go. And then there's the more social work of engaging people with services and helping them find help. So I'm in agreement, and I'd be ready to make a motion to that effect, but I'll allow for the discussion to continue. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Saka?
And to clarify, I don't have, I'm not against an immediate enforcement and working with that. I just don't want us to move solely ahead with only that. So if there is a motion, I would like it to be to move with how we can work, empower GPD for that enforcement, but also to work on that solution on how do we partner with the county to have that social work exclusively for those panhandling at our busiest intersections and roads. So we can do a two-pronged approach to it. Again, I have no problem with immediate enforcement. My concern is if we enforce this, we enforce it across the board. Because just as much as anyone panhandling, I've had students, I've had professionals from the university throw themselves in front of my car at University and 13th, and they're jaywalking and standing at the median. I don't want this to be an enforcement against homeless individuals. I want it to be a clean enforcement against everyone who's doing it. And that would be my one concern, that when we do this, we don't do it solely against the individual standing at the median for an hour. We do it at anyone that we happen to see jaywalking or walking across the median or standing in it to cross the street, rather than walk the 10 feet to the crosswalk. So if we enforce this, I want us to enforce it fairly. And if we enforce it, I want us to also move forward with some kind of collaboration with the county to address and do outreach for those individuals who will still be on the sidewalk at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. I remember having a conversation with the police chief and then Chief Inspector Campos, who I believe by now is Chief Campos. And congratulations, sir. We hope you're having a smooth transition on how to set this up, essentially creating safety zones at our most dangerous intersections, so you could bear it out through data, which intersections were the most dangerous, and it would extend a certain number of yards from the intersection, sort of as kind of the car queuing volume. Then it's my understanding, and I know our attorney has been very patient, standing by to speak to us, I think, on a variety of issues, but I would like to hear her thoughts on, or not thoughts, but it's my understanding there was a appellate court decision that came out, not from our circuit, but I think out of Kansas City maybe, but that further muddied the waters on what is and is not allowed. Michelle, if you can hit on that. This has changed a lot. I remember when I hate telling stories about when I was a young man on the commission because it was so long ago, but we passed a similar ordinance, again, out of safety concerns. It wasn't an anti-panhandling ordinance, but it was the, Pop Warner kids, out at 34th and 8th, and so I got lobbied pretty hard from the representatives from our local International Association of Firefighters, because their biggest fundraiser every year was the Pass the Boot, and they go out there in traffic a couple weekends a year with their fire boots and raise money for, I believe it's the Muscular Dystrophy Association, and they raised a lot of money doing that. And they said, can't you carve out an exception? We understand, but we're safe. We're safety officers. We know how to be safe in traffic. And I as politely as I could said, this has to be consistent for everybody. We're trying to keep people safe. And they modified their plan. They went in front of Publix's and other places like that, and they adapted. One thing I'd like to hear from the attorney as well is, like, how did we end up back here? Like, I thought, like, we addressed this and we had good basis for it. I mean, it to me, it is most fundamentally a public safety issue. I get so incredibly nervous every time I'm at one of these, especially busier intersections where people are very distracted, and some people are asleep and sort of can roll out into the road without any notice. It's really, really tough, knowing that it's a matter of time. And then finally, I think one sort of, we'll see what the motion looks like, but I think one piece of direction we can be very explicit about today is really prioritizing this. As you all know, we, as a commission, placed moving along with our Vision Zero plan as one of our highest priorities for this coming year. And so we've already empowered our staff to be more assertive and aggressive with that. And this is, to me, the top priority. I mean, when we talk about Vision Zero, the first thing you do is try to make the city safer for pedestrians, and then you sort of move up in vehicle mass. Because if you make the city a safe place for pedestrians, you're essentially making it safe for all other users. Maybe at a general policy in January or at a future meeting, we could get our Director of Mobility to come before us with what a more aggressive pedestrian safety plan would look like, what resources are necessary, what do we have now, what do we need, what have other communities done that have been highly effective. Because that just, we have got to do that before we do anything else, and then the other stuff becomes a little more accessible. So, Commissioner, do you mind if I go to the attorney? Okay, Madam Attorney, if you'd like to talk to us, I think a couple big items here is, if you'd start, I guess, high level with some of the court rulings that have come out that sort of clarify, define, or limit what we can and can't do when it comes to addressing people in medians and on other public rights of way. And then the county, I'm not as familiar with the details of the county ordinance. I know they have one, but I don't know, what that would mean for us if we were just to take it wholesale or if we would want to create our own. And then anything else that you think we need to think about before we move anything forward. Madam Shelley?
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Back in May 2nd of 2019, during commission comment, you all directed staff, you talked about this very same topic and directed staff to reach out to homeless advocates, the county stakeholders to bring ordinance solutions to address fundraising in public streets. Staff at that time in mobility, public works, GPD, reached out to my office and we began to meet to try to figure out what approach we could take to these matters. After doing some research, the approach that staff honed in on was one that was taken by Oklahoma City in having a pedestrian safety ordinance of general application that basically prohibits pedestrians from being in medians and other defined dangerous areas. So as with any ordinance of general application, the first thing we have to do is clearly articulate the problem. And the commission did that. I think you identified you were concerned, as you are now, with pedestrians being endangered, injured, or killed. The next step is you have to demonstrate that it is a real problem and that it's supported by data. My understanding, staff in mobility and public works was working on gathering that data to see if we could find intersections where there truly had been either injuries or deaths to pedestrians because of their being in the median and not caused by other things, such as an issue with the driver, that type of thing. And staff continued to work on this through February, at the end of February this year when COVID hit, and then we were all kind of have had our focus elsewhere on a lot of other things. My understanding from talking to staff as recent as this week is we've just been unable to find data that would support certain intersections being dangerous or because what we need to do are define those areas. The second thing is with any ordinance, you have to tailor it to address the issue. And in this case, and you all have talked a little bit about this, even though it would be an ordinance of general application, much of the activity that goes on in medians is expressive activity. And that activity is recognized as protected under the First Amendment. So that then subjects such an ordinance to higher scrutiny, meaning that we have to then narrowly tailor our ordinance. It becomes a lot more difficult to regulate when at least part of what you're regulating is protected First Amendment speech. So staff continued to work on and think through these things. And then on August 31st of this year, the Oklahoma City ordinance on which we were trying to base something for the city of Gainesville was struck down as being unconstitutional and a violation of First Amendment rights. And what the court basically said, and it's not our federal court, but it is an appellate level federal court that will have a great deal of sway here. And the opinion is consistent with a whole line of cases throughout the United States that have held that you can't prohibit all activity in medians. It's not narrowly tailored enough. Medians are recognized as a place of traditional public forum where people go for expressive activity, just as sidewalks are. What the court found in going through the analysis is we conclude that the city's evidence is insufficient to demonstrate that the concern for harm, that it can actually be documented, that these harms are in fact direct and actually occurring. The record is devoid of evidence that accidents involving vehicles and pedestrians are an actual issue as opposed to a hypothetical concern. The court, of course, is cognizant that, of course, it's you can be concerned that someone I think with the court, when you read the overall opinion, pedestrians are everywhere, as are bicyclists. And so the court has to weigh that they have a right to be on the sidewalks, in the medians, in the bike lanes, and there is some degree of unsafety there. But in short, unless a city can demonstrate real data backed up by crashes where pedestrians have been killed, injured, etc., because of their actions there and not other unrelated matters, it doesn't look like such an ordinance would survive judicial scrutiny. The court did point out they didn't foreclose, that no city could ever have such an ordinance, but it would need to be very, very narrowly tailored. And in the Oklahoma City case, some of the things that the plaintiffs who brought that case were saying is that things the city could do is requiring pedestrians to stand more than 18 inches back from the curb, that's less restrictive than prohibiting them from being there at all, or applying the ban if a person in a median was engaging in careless or negligent behavior. But obviously the city in that case argued, the difficulties in enforcing such regulations. So I think in short, at this point, with all of the work that staff's done on it, we have both a legal impediment and a lack of data that would support that ordinance. As to the county's ordinance, I think their ordinance was challenged. Lee Libby was going to join me today in the meeting, but unfortunately, he's been working on the facial covering enforcement cases, and I think he had a conflict with one of those. So staff could certainly follow up with the county on the status of their vehicle interaction ordinance, but I know they've received correspondence from the ACLU and other groups who are seeking to challenge it.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Shalley. I would say probably stick around. We'll probably have some more questions. Up next, we have Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My understanding is the county ordinance has not been challenged. They received letters saying that they may be challenged, but they haven't been challenged. Madam Attorney, are we able to enforce county ordinances?
It depends on the ordinance. And again, I'm not up to date on the county's ordinance at this moment, given everything else that's been going on.
I guess we could do, I think, to look at that and see if we are able to do that one or not. So I also read the appellate case for the ruling in the Oklahoma case, and one of the things that stood out to me is that they mentioned that no one had died or been seriously injured in their city with this, and we have had someone die, and that was seemed to be a very kind of one of the main things that the judge or the legal they laid out, was that there was no one who had been seriously injured or killed. And we have, and that's why I believe that we should move forward with this. To Commissioner Ward's point, I don't want to sit here and have someone else die. And that is, every time someone dies on our streets, and it hurts me, because could we have made that intersection better? Could we have done this better? And this is a chance where I think we can and we should take action and not sit back. I think pedestrian safety is important, and things may get challenged, but I think we need to put the safety of our residents first. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the first thoughts I had, Ms. Shalley, when you were speaking was exactly how many deaths do we need to have in order for us to have a legally defensible ordinance? And I don't mean that in a snarky way at all. I actually am trying to understand what the data is and what the numbers you would need to have for this to be legally defensible. To me, it would seem that we have it right now with the one death that we do have. My second thought is that so I actually do want an answer to that question. And I'd like to get an understanding of what kind of research our staff has done with how other cities in Florida in Florida are handling this. And finally, I'd like to get an understanding of what the repercussions to the city would be if we did have this ordinance and we enforced it, based upon your expertise and some of the research that you all have done. Because I think it will come down to, are we willing to are we willing to, you know, basically put our necks out there for this challenge that could happen? And that's the question that we need to answer. So if we can get an understanding of what the challenges with the ACLU and other groups have been to other cities, I think that would help us make a better informed decision about how we want to go about this, because I am also interested in making sure that that we prioritize the safety of people in our city. And sometimes there might be a cost to that. I'd like to know what that cost is. Thank you.
Ms. Shelley, can you answer any of those questions? I think the threshold is certainly an interesting academic question.
So my understanding from staff, and I'm not the one who keeps or collects the data, but the one death that has occurred was a result of a driver issue, not anything to do with the person being in the median. In other words, the driver had an issue that they could have gone to the run over people in the sidewalk or elsewhere. It wasn't being in the median that was the problem. So we have no data. And I think, you know, it is that question of how much. Clearly, I think what the courts have said is there needs to be some, you have to have some data to show, or at least narrowly tailor it, meaning, and I think what staff was looking for is, are there certain intersections, like the one where this occurred? Again, I think if we had one that was related to the pedestrian, I don't know that one is enough given all these court cases. I think the courts are looking for more, and they're looking for the city to more narrowly tailor things, not just prohibit folks from being in the medians. I think what might be helpful, it sounds like you all want to have a robust conversation about this, and I don't think staff was prepared for that today, given, you know, I wasn't sure who put this on the agenda, and the backup seems to focus more on panhandling. So if you are interested, we would want to come back to you, because I don't think we would want to put the city in a position of adopting ordinances that are unconstitutional. And when you violate folks' First Amendment rights, that's a serious thing. Of course, the ordinance could be struck down, but also the city could face damages and other liabilities. So we certainly want to better inform you of those.
Was there anything else, Commissioner, that you wanted Ms. Shelley to answer?
No, but I do have a couple of follow-up thoughts. Is that we have been talking about this for over a year. I feel like it's been the direction from the commission has been very clear for over a year. So what I'm interested in is figuring out how to move this forward, and for us having all the information to make the informed decision. And I don't know how to get there. Because it's been over a year.
I might be able to help. I was informed by the city manager that the Department of Mobility is finalizing their Vision Zero plan to bring back to the commission, and that is expected to come back before us in February. So I think that would be an opportunity to figure out what the solutions are to this particular problem. So that's sooner than, another year.
Yeah.
So I think they've been working on it. Like, Mobility's been working on it, and they know that's a priority, but they're working on it in conjunction with the larger Vision Zero plan.
Okay. I'm concluded.
Okay. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A few things as follow-up. I just checked with the Director of Communications at the county, and they have not been challenged. There has been some dancing around, I think, about the idea of challenging, but it has not been challenged, that ordinance. There's no suit. And it is a vehicle pedestrian safety ordinance. And it's been on the books for well more than a year, 3 years, okay. So it exists, and let's be clear that that as long as it applies outside the city limits, and it's only being enforced outside the city limits, there's a lot less of this activity at, let's say, the Tower Road or Archer Road than there is at 13th and University. So I understand that there's a different circumstance there, but they have not been challenged as of right now. Let me give, without being graphic, let me give you my understanding of what happened at when the gentleman was killed at 43rd Street intersection. The way it's been expressed to me by public safety folks was that this person was standing in the median doing his normal thing. Someone had a driver had a health issue. I don't know if it was a heart attack, but it was something similar to that. Swerved, bumped the person standing in the median, who then fell into the lane of traffic and was killed. Everybody who dies at an intersection like this is going to be ultimately because a car hit them. They're not going to go hit a car and die. They're going to be hit by a moving vehicle, right? That's how the physics of it's going to work. So consistently, we could have 10 deaths with people standing in medians, and every one of them would be driver error when it comes down to it. That doesn't mean that we should just say, gosh, I wish there was something we should do about that. So from that perspective, I don't know how we could ever prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that it was because someone was in the median that it happened. And I think there are risks we should be willing to take when it comes to the court. I have tremendous concern about violating the First Amendment. I don't want to get in the way of anybody's right to speak. I don't want people to fall into traffic and be run over either. I've talked with the GFR firefighters, rescue personnel, who have told me that on a pretty much daily basis, there's one individual at 13th and University who they have to help move out of traffic because he's fallen over and is in the lane of traffic and has to physically be helped out of the way and is unable to move himself. This is a nearly daily occurrence. This is not okay. And I go back to my original question, one of my original questions. How do we empower GPD to enforce existing traffic statutes in this circumstance? And if we can't, then I need somebody to explain to me how someone falling off the median and lying there until GFR comes to move him is not an impediment to traffic, which I think is what violates the statute. I don't want to, let me be super, super clear. I don't want to criminalize homelessness. That is not my intent. I do want us to not get more people killed from something that seems very obvious. And I absolutely know that it's one of those things where what it seems like and what it actually is in the eyes of the law are different things. I know that it's complicated. Please don't think I'm being naive about this. But there must be a solution. There must be. And we seem to have a bigger problem with it in our city than most cities do. So it's incumbent on us to get it solved. Thank you.
Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to, after hearing the Attorney's Counsel, really get down to the issues that we have to address. The number one issue is to narrowly tailor the ordinance. I think that it is possible for us to do that. And I think that it's possible for us to gather the necessary evidence and to also supply the demonstration that we are acting in a vested public interest to create this ordinance. So the first thing is that it is the major intersections, particularly with state highways, where we have the most problems, because that's where you have the most high-speed traveling vehicles. We can narrowly tailor the ordinance to specifically address those areas. We can have the ordinance address the size of the medians, specifically to ban a prolonged presence in a median of a certain size. These are the types of tailored language that we can use to push an ordinance forward. And secondly, this is an opportunity for us to take advantage of some of the progress that we've made both with the Department of Mobility, but also with our work with the University of Florida. I understand that we have been working, I believe it's called iStreet, with a real-world sort of traffic lab, where we are identifying all the conflict points that exist on our roads and in our traffic system. We can demonstrate that in these dangerous corridors, there are multiple potential conflict zones of moving vehicles with pedestrians, and we can demonstrate that there is an abundance of danger to have someone occupying a certain space around those conflict zones for a prolonged period of time. I think that that is ultimately where we have to begin to look, because this isn't so much about, are we going to risk a challenge to this ordinance? We already know that that's a potential. Whether or not it actually happens, no one can say. Our job as a commission is to make sure that we fulfill our duty to tailor the ordinance so that it's effective and not just a blanket. Because if we just pass a blanket ordinance, it's not going to stand muster. We also have the ability to show that this is part of our vested public interest and our goals to protect life, and that we have the evidence, and we have been putting so much effort into having the ability to study all of the problems surrounding our roadways. So I think this is obviously a discussion that will not be resolved today, but that is the direction I'd like us to go. That's the direction that I would support, and I'd be happy to give staff direction to come back with those particular items if there's a majority appetite for that on this commission, because I don't want us to drop this to the wayside. I do think it's important, but I want us to make sure that we're addressing the key issues rather than just trying to get something done. So I see a few more lights. I'd be ready to make that motion, but I'll hear from my colleagues.
Commissioner Simmons?
Thank you, Mayor. First and foremost, I just want to say that one pedestrian death is too many, period. That's too many. And I am interested in a tailored ordinance. So Commissioner Ariola, whomever wants to make that motion, you have my support. But one pedestrian death is too many. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm okay with us working on an ordinance. I don't know if we need one either, and I think that's one of the things I would like to have come back sooner. So I'd like to move that we have city staff come back at the next city commission meeting and to come back on, can we enforce the county ordinance, or are there state statutes that we could enforce that are currently on the books? I'd like to have that come back to the next city commission meeting. And then the second part of the motion is that we have staff work on a narrowly tailored pedestrian safety ordinance and to bring back a draft in 60 days.
Is there a second? Seconded by Ward. The motion was by Hayes Santos. Two quick things. One is I need to correct something I said earlier. The mobility plan is due to come back to us in March, not February. And second, the city manager reminded me that like the difficulty of whatever we do is not going to be in the enforcement, but the sanction. So are we planning on arresting people for violating this? I don't know that we can find them because they typically don't have income. It's just something that we need to think about. What is an effective way to enforce this if folks are violators? And I think that you're probably going to get 7 people that say they're not interested in arresting people. You know, so that's going to be a challenge, and that's something we could probably look at other communities, what route they've gone down and how effective that is. Is it whatever it is it actually effective at deterring people from putting themselves and others in harm's way, or is it seen as something that's unenforceable even if it's on the books? But I am interested in this shorter term. What because it's the county ordinance and we're just enforcing it. That actually gets us out of some legal trouble as well, since it's not our ordinance we're defending, and we could simply stop enforcement if it's deemed to be unconstitutional or otherwise beyond the scope of the powers of the county. But I'm happy with the motion. I'm happy to vote for it. Commissioner Simmons?
Mayor, and I just would like for staff, if they could, send me or the rest of the commission a copy of the ordinance, the county ordinance. I would like to take a look at it. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, I'm assuming you got that, forward a copy of the county ordinance to the full commission. Just not right now, but just a time other than right now. Commissioner Ariola?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like clarification of the second part of the motion.
Sure, it's to have staff. Apologize, Mr. Mayor. Yeah. It's to have staff come back with a narrowly tailored pedestrian safety ordinance and a initial draft of that in 60 days.
So not for first reading, but just to look at
Just
and
to
discuss.
draft, there are portions of it I don't think are going to be decided, but to bring back a draft and where are the policy decisions that we need to make and decisions that we need to kind of give direction on.
Okay, and I guess implicit in that direction is that in between then, commissioners are to tell staff what they believe should be in a narrowly tailored ordinance, because we haven't really elucidated that as a group today.
Well, I think that's going to be up to legal staff. I mean, they're going to have to figure out they're going to have to look at the Oklahoma appellate ruling and figure out what they believe will pass legal muster or not. And then we'll have to decide whether we're okay with that.
Okay, I guess in the past we've given similar direction, and if we're not clear enough as to what we're asking them to bring back, what are they to bring back if we haven't told them? So I'll vote for it, but we eventually have to get that squared.
Okay, I'm going to ask the city manager to come in here because he is texting me some observations that I think are important for us to consider, because some of this is not necessarily solved through ordinance, but by better design. I've said, Commissioner, you might be the only one that has been around dealing with this as long as I have, but when you have to put up a sign telling people to slow down, you've already lost. You've designed the road wrong. So some of this is certainly probably better addressed through design than creating a new law and devoting enforcement to it. So yeah, Mr. Feldman, can you kind of share some of those thoughts with us?
Absolutely. So I think what the mayor said is absolutely correct. I mean, the issue is you could pass all the laws, which means we then have to have police officers out there enforcing it and what type of enforcement that's going to take, and the use of those resources. One of the things I will do with our staff is challenge them as part of the Vision Zero to look at, are there better ways to design these medians? Now, I say this, and I recognize that these things are ugly, so I'll preface it, but one solution potentially is putting those flexible sticks up in the median Now, that would still allow for safe refuge, which is, part of why a median's there, but would prevent the walking up and down of a median, which is the bad behavior that we're trying to, potentially correct, because that's what becomes a dangerous activity for the pedestrian. So there may be some other ways to look at this, and we'll be looking at that as part of the Vision Zero as well.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Feldman. Okay, back to Commissioner Simmons. Did you still have the floor?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I thought you concluded.
No, that's all right. I guess I don't know that answered any of my questions, but that's okay. We're gonna wind up at the same discussion, and then we're gonna have road design is just it's a totally important aspect, but it's also a totally separate issue to the question of asking for staff to bring back a draft ordinance. It's not there. We're not asking staff to bring back a new design for these roadways in this motion. I'm trying to specify the legislative direction that we're given. And maybe I'm just not understanding it.
Yeah, I don't think there was any assumption of that. I just wanted the commission to hear that there are other parts of this besides the potential ordinance, and we need if our goal is pedestrian safety, we need to not look at it in little tiny pieces, but as an overall strategy. Some of that may be a new ordinance enforcement. A lot of that is going to be through design, and that's true for road safety and Vision Zero in general. Most of Vision Zero is not new laws and enforcement. It's better design when you have the opportunities to do so. And so I'm just trying to pull the lens out and make sure we're looking at the big picture here. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Simmons. I apologize. I got you next.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just wanted to go back to my low-hanging fruit, and that's the objects in the median. And as staff look at drafting this ordinance, if they can address that as well.
Michelle, do you have an opinion on that now? I'm sorry, I was curious about that when Commissioner Simmons said it, and then we kind of moved on to other things. Is there a way to say you can be there, but your stuff cannot?
We would have to look into that. There are already state statutes on obstruction of public streets, highways, and roads. So to the extent belongings are obstructing those areas, then that may be enforceable under existing city law. So, or under existing state law, sorry.
Okay, we'd be interested in getting some feedback on whether there's mechanisms in place right now to deal with that, or we would need to add that to something we do.
Yeah, I don't believe so, because again, folks can't leave their belongings on any sidewalk or in the public right of way. And I did want to let the commission know, I would like to see this referred not just to generic staff, but perhaps to the city manager and his staff. My office has sort of gone as far as we can at this point. In working with staff, we did draft what we believed at that time to be a narrowly tailored ordinance. What it says, and to Commissioner Ariola's point, so that you all, what it says is, no person shall stand, sit, or stay for any purpose on any portion of the public street, including the medians, within 400 feet of any of the following signalized intersections listed below. And then that's where we had blanks to fill in, which are the dangerous intersections and why. So that's not something that legal can determine for you. That's something that staff has to do based on the data. We're of course available for legal guidance if needed. Then you all correctly identified another place in our ordinance where we had questions. It's the violations section. The draft ordinance says, just as many of ours, any person who violates the provisions of this article shall be subject to the penalties of civil citation or fine and or imprisonment. We highlighted that and had concerns with that for the very reasons that you identified. So again, I think staff can, I can certainly provide you with this draft ordinance, but it's not in an adoptable form. And like I say, the staff that then works on it, if they have any legal questions, they can contact our office.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. That's very helpful. Commissioner Simmons, you good? Okay, Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And to Commissioner Ariel's point, I think that's very fair. I would like to kind of, I guess, give better direction. I would like the pedestrian safety ordinance to, how do we, an ordinance is legally defensible that reduces the interactions between pedestrians and cars around medians and those areas and intersections. And then also look at physical objects as well as part of it. So
Design solutions?
What's that?
Design solutions?
That was part of the ordinance. I mean, yeah, I think we should also be looking at design solutions too, but I just wanted to kind of.
You mean the stuff in the intersection?
Yeah, the stuff in the ordinance, that's the direction I would like for us to go, is to find how do we reduce those interactions.
Hello, when does public comment?
Yes, ma'am. We're not quite there yet. We'll just hang on and I think.
Apologies, Mayor. Yeah, apologies for that.
Thank you. No problem, Larry. Okay. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I apologize for not having looked at this last week, but somehow it passed me by, and I think it apparently passed most of us by. Mr. Sexton at the county emailed all of us last Thursday. Emailed Commissioner Santos and copied all of us with the county's ordinance. So if you look at an email from last Thursday from Mark Sexton, it's there. It includes some information here. Since the ordinance went into effect on February 2nd, 2018, 6 arrests have occurred, 4 in 18, 2 in 19, none in 2020. The sheriff instituted a grace/educational period after the ordinances went into effect and passed out flyers that gave the specifics of the ordinance and listed phone numbers for social service providers. I think what we're going to have to do is, I think the thing that will work is to tailor it, be specific, but instead of following it with here's a ticket, or you're going to go to jail, we're going to have to put social workers to work. And instead of a uniformed armed officer walking out there, it's somebody with authority to pass that out, but who is a social worker who can say, look, I've seen you here for several days, come with me, let me get you help now. There's a better way to do this than what you're doing. And then if that person refuses consistently, then they've got some substance to work with that can move it along. But I think if we don't find a way to include social work as part of this, it's going to fail long term, because the only thing then is that there's no carrot, there's only a stick. And I don't want to use the stick. I don't think that's helpful. I don't think that gets us where we want to go. So what we want to do is help people to not have to think that standing in an intersection for several hours a day is the only way to get what you need to get by. But we also don't want people doing that to say, I don't want to talk to you, I'm busy doing this. There has to be some kind of meat on the bones for them to say, I know you don't want to talk to me, but we have to talk about this. So I think it's going to have to be those things will have to work together. But in the meantime, I think we're going to have to start moving on this. And again, maybe the manager is the right person to talk to us about this, but I would like to know how we empower GPD to enforce what already exists on state statute. So, thank you.
And I think that's part of what Commissioner Santos is asking me to come back next meeting. Like, what do we have right now? Okay, Commissioner Johnson.
Can anybody help me remember what the outcome of that meeting was that we had? I want to say it was probably about 18 months ago. It was at GPC, and we had some folks that were recommending a street outreach team. And there was a motion and there was direction, but I can't remember what it was. Does anybody can we all put our collective memory to use and kind of
No
get,
way.
but, well, since, I'd like to find out, I'm putting it out there, can someone do a little bit of research to find out what that motion was? Because I think that we would like to move forward with some of that. That's what, we've been discussing this for a while.
Yeah, so I guess probably one of the executive assistants, if they can go back and,
yeah, email that to all of us.
yeah, that'd be fine. Okay, so we got a motion on the floor. Commissioner, can you remind us the motion? I don't know that you altered it drastically, but just what are we putting out there for the public to comment on?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That we have an agenda item on the next city commission meeting that has the city attorney looking at the county ordinance and other state statutes and seeing if we can enforce those, or what are we able to enforce those. And then the second part of the motion was to have staff, I guess the city manager, coming back with a narrowly tailored pedestrian safety ordinance that's focused on looking at objects that are in medians, and then also the interactions between cars and pedestrians, and how do we reduce those at those intersections.
Okay, thank you. Larry, I will turn it over to you for public comment.
Thanks, Mayor. Sorry again for the little preemptive strike. We've got 5 callers who've been standing by, starting with Nico Siegel-Wright, followed by Alfredo Morales and Case Lane. But first, Nico Siegel-Wright, please.
Hello, my name is Nico. I'm a homeless outreach worker in Gainesville. I just want to encourage everyone to try to think about the practical effects of this ordinance that we're potentially going to pass, and what we can do to actually address the root of the problem that we have. I don't think that anything involving finding or jailing people, predominantly homeless people, will do anything to address safety. Panhandlers are the majority of the people that this ordinance will affect, even if it affects some people who are collecting money for nonprofits or football teams. We really need to stop creating more avenues for homeless people to get fined, to go to jail, potentially losing their driver's license, losing their job. I do hear that commissioners are saying that they don't want to criminalize homelessness. This is definitely an ordinance that will criminalize homelessness. There's no question. I think we really need a radical reversal of our priorities here. There's a real crisis that we have here in Alachua County, and it is homelessness. Homelessness leads to death all the time. It leads to a lot more death than the one person who was potentially killed because they were in the street. Homelessness leads to deteriorating health, deteriorating mental health, it leads to violence, it leads to a whole lot of other things. It kills far more people. We really need solutions to homelessness, not more laws criminalizing it. I also just want to point out how little input there is from homeless people themselves on this issue. We're a group of people right now, we're a group of housed people talking about whether or not to issue fines to homeless people and tell them that it's for their own good. And I think that's disgusting. I think we need to shut this proposal down quickly so we can actually move on to talking about real solutions to ending homelessness. Thank you.
Next speaker is Alfredo Morales, to be followed by Case Lane and then Armando Grundy Gomez. Alfredo.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me on. I also kind of want to talk about how the City Commission claims to not want to criminalize homelessness further. But everything y'all have talked about and everything that continues to get talked about includes, giving additional resources to GPD, allowing GPD to continue harassing people. And I mean, you call it empowering GPD to do their job, but the reality is that a lot of the people's interactions with GPD are negative because of GPD, right? Like, I know people firsthand who've gotten their stuff stolen by Gainesville Police Department. And of course, these people are going to be hesitant to want to talk to anyone who comes from GPD, whether that's a social worker, whether that's like a custodial worker, like anybody who has the GPD, the Gainesville Police Department logo on them, it's not going to be welcomed by a lot of people who have a history, have the experience of being harassed by them. So I just wanted to ground us with that. But also, I was going, before the meeting, I was going through the agenda and I saw a couple of the documents that I don't think really got talked about. But there's one line in particular that I really want to bring up because I think it shows how messed up the priorities are for this commission. At the very beginning of the historical background information, which is panhandling in Alachua County, Florida, it starts off by saying panhandling is an issue in Gainesville because some of those who engage in panhandling may be unpleasant to passerby, may deter shoppers from entering businesses, and represent a larger social issue within the community. It doesn't start talking about the actual safety or the health of panhandlers until later on after that. So I just want to show how, like, even in writing, the priorities of this commission have been totally inverted from what they should be. You're talking about people's lives, and you claim to want to keep them safe, but the only avenue here doing that with is through incarceration. So just like, I find it ironic that there was a lot of discussion about how all of you want to keep the panhandlers safe, the house of people safe, and the people that use sidewalks safe, but every single solution that you think of involves state-sanctioned violence. It's not any safer for them to be, or it's not safer for them to be in a jail that literally has a COVID outbreak right now. So I would really like all of you to reassess where your priorities are with this issue, because these are human lives that you're potentially putting at risk, and you claim that you want to keep them safe. Like, talk to these people, go up to them. They're like, I have conversations with a lot of people who panhandle to me, who I see around, who are part of my neighborhood on a daily basis. But I feel like every time there's discussion, whether it's the houseless community in downtown, whether it is panhandling or even development, I feel like you pretend and you say that you have these people's interests at heart, but you don't talk to them, and the priorities are clearly not to keep them safe. It's the best you can do is try to throw them in jail or increase the number of interactions they have with police. Thank you.
Mayor, that's 3 minutes. Thank you very much. We have Case Lean, followed by Armando Grundy Gomez, and then Nathan Scobb. Case?
Hi, my name is Kathleen. I would like to just start off by voicing concerns for how the city is choosing to address this issue of pedestrian safety, especially with the way that the blame is being placed on the pedestrians, whether it be students or homeless people. The way that this was discussed as bad behavior, quoted by Lee Feldman, who is our city manager, as an issue really shows that the city staff has not ever experienced poverty or houselessness in the way that y'all speak about our people who are forced to live on the streets. And to me, I'm repulsed by that, and to hear this language coming from your mouth as if this issue is about bad behavior, like a child that needs to be reprimanded. And the way that y'all are choosing to reprimand our people is by incarcerating them, or by citing them, or by bringing just like more policing into their lives rather than bringing them care, is to me abysmal. And I feel really ashamed of having to hear that coming from y'all's mouths. But to keep on going on, the examples that y'all cited of other cities has not reduced any homelessness or poverty. And when we really look at it, that is the issue, the root issue at hand. Putting more money into policing the poor is exactly what we need to be stepping away from. And it has been more clear this year than ever before, especially with the pandemic outbreak that we've been experiencing. These initiatives of having more resources going into police departments or social workers doesn't resolve the actual issue at hand. What really keeps people safe and off the street is access to resources, shelter, food, and community. A kinder, gentler, more diverse war on the poor is still war on the poor. And I hope this is something you all take the time to think about. I'm really passionate about this. I have a lot of people who I consider to be my friends who are out on the streets, and I wish I could offer them more. And I really think that y'all have the power to do the right thing. And I really believe that I have the ability to stand up as a city force, towards against the state of Florida, because there are a lot of laws in hand that do criminalize houselessness and do criminalize the poor. But you are supposed to be representing us. We are the closest thing that we have to a government body that is supposed to be protecting us, the people. You are supposed to be on the ground, actually in community with us, and I would like to see that more being actually happening with y'all who are getting paid with our tax dollars. But Thank you again, and I highly encourage you to uplift our people who are forced to live on the streets and to think outside of the box to bring actual remedy to the root of these issues for us to truly be a progressive city like we would all want to be. Thank you so much.
The next speaker is going to be Armando Grundy Gomez, followed by Nathan Scop, and then I believe Tyler Sun joined us, and maybe after Nathan. So we'll start with Armando.
Hey, commissioners, I know you all are in a tenuous position. You are damned if you do or damned if you don't. And if you disagree, you're anti-homelessness. If you want to do something to protect it, it seems like it's a no-win situation. And I get it. I guess for me is I'm going to look at a more holistic approach to this entire thing. As a community and even as a commission, you all have over the years, and even recently, let's say the last 2 or 3 years, you have made your position of, you talk about things like equity, you talk about things like balance. And this is an issue that has been neither equitable nor has had balance. It hasn't had balance because the community partner that we're supposed to have in the county has not been a good partner. The city has made a valiant effort. I know you'll have folks give criticism. Mr. Scott may say certain things, you shouldn't do this or this or that. That's fine, but let's look at the facts here. The facts are the county took on the position of addressing this and pushing and wanting things that was put out on 39th Avenue and to address this and house folks that have been displaced. And they have not stepped up to the plate. We have. You know that, and I know that. And people that have had institutional knowledge, such as Mayor Poe, knows that as well. The other thing is when we talk about equity and also not in balance, where this is not equitable, is it seems like there's a lot of people that do a lot of talking and say, oh, I care about the homeless issue. I care about the homeless. Your rhetoric does not match your actions. And you care about it. And the way you care about it is you dump it off on communities of people that look like me, black and brown communities. You dump them off and drop that issue off over in our side of town. Because if some of you that live over near, this would never go over by Westside Park. It would never go over anywhere near UF. None of these things you don't want anywhere. It says you're caring about it as long as it's a NIMBY, not my problem. You know that, and I know that. And some commissioners, if you're really talking about it, we always talk about equity, equity, equity. And you know what? It's only equitable when we're dealing with it and it affects black people when we're dropping it off. Because this issue primarily is being burdened by people in East Gainesville. And you could say, yeah, but it's all over the city. But the burdensome, and none of you all are talking about 39th and Waldo. None of you all are talking about up there. People can get hit. So it is a public safety issue. So I hear a lot of people doing a lot of talking, a lot of it all the time. Well, you're insensitive, commissioners. You're not passionate. That's not true. Because if you disagree with them, you don't care about it. And that's not true, and it's not fair either. Well, thank you.
Next speaker is Nathan Scop, and then standing by is Tyler Sun, who I believe is calling on this item. But we'll find out. Nathan?
Thank you, Larry. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Nathan Scop. So again, one of the things that's not being talked about here, which should be talked about, and certainly is not governed by free speech, is obstructions, which can be enforced under existing law and should be enforced without all this endless hour and a half now of discussion of pedestrians and panhandling, but no discussions about the homicides in our city. Point in question, and I'm putting the city attorney, the mayor, and the city commission and the city manager on notice. Obstructions. Concrete example. Turning left from Archer Road onto Southwest 34th Street heading north. Obstruction. Bicycle, not in the median, bicycle laying against the median out in the road. That's a recipe for a car to hit the bicycle, to cause a fatality to the driver of the automobile, the panhandler, the bicycle hitting someone else. But that's readily enforceable. That should be enforced tonight because that is a tough turn to navigate from the left-hand lane. Turning left on eastbound Archer Road onto Southwest 34th Street. Bicycle there constantly, or wheelchair. Same thing, turning right from the Oaks Mall, Newberry Road at Burger King. Bicycle right there, lying in the road. The wheels are in the road, commissioners. So let's enforce what we can enforce starting today. No one is not compassionate. Even conservatives are compassionate. But this panhandling problem is a problem of the city commission's own making. I've lived in Gainesville the majority of my adult life. We have panhandlers on every corner of the city, every intersection. It didn't used to be that way, commissioners. So what's the root cause of that? Your own failed policies. You know, we give Grace over $1.5 million per year. You guys want to give them more, okay? Your policies, unlike the county commission, which has adopted rapid rehousing as a solution, your policies attract the homeless, they attract the panhandlers, they attract the drifters, they attract petty crime, and it's going up. And this commission doesn't seem to be very concerned about addressing any of that. But you guys can talk and talk and talk ad nauseum about it, and then we get lectured to by homeless advocates who say we all need to be progressive. I don't want the city to be progressive. I want the city to be fiscally responsible and good stewards of taxpayer money and have good governance at City Hall. We don't have that. So again, these policies, I don't think, Mayor Poe, you wouldn't like it if the homeless showed up in your backyard. Commissioner Ward, same goes there. Hey Santos and the rest of y'all. Y'all wouldn't like that, okay? And, you know, it's not that people aren't compassionate to the homeless. I mean, the fire department, they're used as an example, but when they're out there in the median, they're wearing protective, highly visible stuff with a boot. It's hard not to miss them. But these other folks are out there, you know, with their stuff, the possessions, the bikes. My biggest concern is the bikes in the road.
Mayor, that's 3 minutes.
The car is going to hit that bike. So y'all need to look at your own failed policy as a result of what's happening here, Mayor. Thank you.
And as I mentioned, Tyler's son joined us as we were taking calls. Tyler, if you're there and wanted to speak to this, please go ahead. Caller, are you there? Mayor, we don't seem to have that last caller, so I suppose we've completed the calls for now.
Are you talking to me?
Oh, yes. Tyler, are you there?
This is Jeremiah Tatis. I'm actually calling to talk about the apprenticeship ordinance, which is next.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll get to you in just a minute, Jeremiah. Thanks. Yeah, we're complete, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Larry. Back to Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate everybody taking time to think about this today and talk about it. I was going to reply to a couple of things from public comment there, but I'm not. I will say that I challenge anyone to find a city in Florida that is doing more consistently to try to address the issues of chronic homelessness than the city of Gainesville. Since long before I was on this commission, back to 2014, 15, we have invested not only money, but emotion and time and all the things that must be invested to try to help this situation. And again, I would challenge anyone to show that another city is making a more concerted effort than we have. We are doing it without the state as a partner. That's where the failed governance is. We spend less money on mental health in Florida than almost any state in the nation, and maybe any state. I'm not sure if we've climbed all the way to the bottom or not. But that's a key component of chronic homelessness. I'm not talking about folks who couldn't get the rent paid this month and are looking for a place to live and living in their car. I'm talking about people who've been living in the woods for long periods of time. And that's primarily who's at the intersections. It is a chronic homelessness issue that we have made tremendous progress on over the years, but we have more to go. There are more people who still need help. And it is a mental health and addiction issue as much as it is anything else, and we're fooling ourselves if we think differently. The reason I'm talking about this and spending more time on it is because I want anybody who's confused about homelessness and doesn't understand the realities of it to know that there are various, many levels and different kinds of people who find themselves without a place to live. more often than not, the thorniest problem, the thing that is the most difficult to solve, is the person who is chronically homeless and is dealing with physical and mental health issues and addiction issues that are not go get a job issues. All the job programs in the world aren't going to help that person. That person needs social work. They need regular help from the government. We're it. We're the people who have to do it. The state ought to be a partner. They're not in any kind of real way. That's why we are where we are. Gainesville is a community that serves people from other communities. That's what we do in Gainesville, whether it's at the University of Florida or Santa Fe College or any number of other places. We serve people who aren't necessarily from here. And that's true of homelessness as well. The county has got a path they've chosen to try to work on this that is different from what we've chosen. I hope that we can get back to a path that is at least parallel. But the state doesn't seem like they're particularly interested in being a partner on this. So keep that in mind, folks at home watching. We're doing the best we can. If you have specific ideas, I'd love to hear them for how we do better at this. This is way off topic from the agenda item. But I don't want anybody coming away from this discussion thinking the city of Gainesville is new to working on homelessness. What we have done at Grace Marketplace is becoming a national model. The folks at Grace do tremendous work through huge funding from the city of Gainesville, through personal interaction with these commissioners. We are doing lots of good things. There's a lot more that needs to be done. And anytime there's anybody who needs these services that hasn't been served, we're failing. But I don't want anybody watching this to think that the city of Gainesville has not been engaged as well as any city in America on the issue of chronic homelessness. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry for going on about that.
Thank you. Ms. Shalla, you wanted to comment?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, and I was going to ask you all if you would amend a portion of your motion, because again, I don't want you frustrated with my office not returning with something. And I think who you really need to hear from here are the actual city staff that enforce and administer the state law. They are the ones who know what tools are available at their disposal, what they're encountering out there on the street, and what, if any, deficiencies or issues they are facing. Our office is here to assist them if they have any legal questions, but again, that really isn't a legal matter. I think you need to hear from those folks, and they can also reach out to their counterparts at the county who are enforcing the county's ordinance to find out how that's going, how are violations being treated, that type of thing. But I think you really need to hear from, and that referral needs to be to those folks because they're in the best position to advise you of that.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Santos, I think you made that amendment to refer to the city manager's office.
Not the first portion that was to the city attorney. Yeah, I guess I'm fine with amending it to that respect, but I guess does our GPD decide if a county ordinance is enforceable here or not, or is that with the county attorney's office?
Could we just say relevant staff?
Yeah, whatever relevant staff.
Yeah, we don't need to micromanage it. It's if we refer to relevant staff to bring us back the information that was requested in the motion, I think that's all we need to do. Seconder was Ward. You okay with all that? Okay. All right, with that, we'll move to a vote. All in favor of the motion, say aye. All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, our next item, please.
Okay, our next item is BD3. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. BD3, update on the strategic plan and perform GNV with the recommendation that the commission hear an update on perform GNV.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Feldman, did you want to introduce anything here?
I will. So, Mayor, Commissioners, this item was scheduled for the GPC meeting that got canceled, and we will be brief, but we wanted to let you know that the strategic plan is a living document and one that we are working on, and we wanted to share with you the process that we are employing at the staff level to work on all the priorities that are in the plan, and what we will be bringing back to you as a quarterly report, so that we can get your input to make sure we're on the right track. And to do that presentation is Laura Gretz, who has really become our Perform GNV guru as we're moving through this process of now not only strategic planning, but the implementation of the plan. So I will ask Laura to take it from here.
All right, Ms. Gretz, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I'm happy to provide you an update, as Lee said, on our Perform GNV system. If you'll bear with me for just a moment, I will share my screen with you so we can go through the presentation together. Let me know if you can see it.
Yeah, we're good. Thank you.
All right, very good. So as you may recall, we spent quite a bit of time together this past summer working to develop a long-term vision and mission for the city and a strategic plan that will help guide us to achieving that vision and mission. That kind of serves as our roadmap. So now that the strategic plan has been approved, we've been busy building a system to ensure it's not just a plan that's in a binder that collects dust, but as Mr. Feldman said, something that is a living, breathing document that we refer to on a regular basis. So today I just wanted to take some time to share with you what we've built so far to help us operationalize the plan. So we'll be talking a little bit about what is this thing that we've decided to coin Perform GNV. We'll go through some of the key components and why it's so important, and then we'll dive into some more details on how it works on a monthly basis. And then we will end the presentation talking a little bit about how we expect this to continue to grow as we go forward. In short, Perform GNV, if you had to give somebody a sweet and simple definition, it's a process that we have built that we will use to help us ensure we're building a better Gainesville for all of our neighbors. But with that, there's a whole lot more to it. So let me dive into some of the details for you. So what you see in front of you is really a kind of 30,000 foot level view of Perform GNV and how this process works on an annual basis. So each year we will seek neighbor feedback, and we'll do that in a variety of ways. But our biggest source of that feedback will serve through our neighbor survey. That's conducted every year, usually at the beginning of the calendar year. It helps us to better understand what our neighbors' needs and concerns are and the direction they want to see the community go. Then after that, we'll take some time to refine our strategic priorities. So as I mentioned, we spent a lot of time this past year defining our overall vision and mission, and then strategic priorities that go under that. Now, our vision and mission may not usually change that much because they're more long-term in nature, but those strategic priorities need to be agile to make sure that we can shift and be nimble to meet the needs of what our neighbors are. COVID is a perfect example of that, where we've had to kind of pivot in order to make sure that we're meeting the needs of our neighbors during unprecedented times. So once those strategic priorities are identified, we want to make sure that this is tied into our budget process so we can make sure that we have properly allocated both financial and human resources to make sure we can achieve those goals. And then what we'll be talking about a bit more today is how do we measure progress and what does that look like? We've opted to build a system where we look at things on a monthly basis, but as Mr. Feldman said, we'll be planning on reporting out to you on a quarterly basis as well. And then of course, no process like this can be successful without doing some pretty critical things. Certainly we want to celebrate our wins and our successes, but we also want to make sure that we learn from our failures and make improvements where we need to along the way. So some key components to keep in mind in order for this to really work well and be successful. As I mentioned, we have to have a clearly defined vision and mission for our organization, which we did spend a lot of time creating this past summer. As a reminder, that vision is a long-term goal. The vision we created speaks to what we hope Gainesville will look like in the year 2035. Our mission, on the other hand, is something that we do on a more regular basis, and it's how we propel ourselves to that long-term vision. And then we've established specific performance targets. These serve as milestones to ensure we're headed in the right direction. And the data that we've been collecting on a monthly basis, if you think of taking your car into a shop, they serve as diagnostics to make sure that we're tweaking our efforts to make sure we're improving our performance every step along the way. So just as a reminder, I will not take the time to read through all of this, but in your backup documentation, I just provided a reminder of the vision and the mission that you all helped to create, along with our leadership teams across the entire city. And from that, we established 5 strategic goals that we are seeking to achieve in order to get to that vision and mission that we have described for ourselves. So those include being an equitable community, being a sustainable community, being a great place to live and experience, being having a resilient local economy, and providing best-in-class neighbor services. So there are some steps that we've been taking to solidify this process. This graphic that I have before you, I hope looks familiar to you. We lovingly refer to this document as the placemat. And our intention in designing this in cooperation with our communications team was to create a document that just serves as a reminder for you all as the commission and for us as staff of what our long-term vision and mission is, as well as our strategic goals for the year. And then beneath that, what are the top and high priorities? What are those more specific or granular items that we said we must achieve in order to help us get to those strategic goals? So this is just one example of some communication pieces that we've been working on to help build awareness around what our long-term direction is and what we're trying to do, and to serve as a reminder of where our focus should be. As you well know, there's a lot of things that get thrown our way that are priorities in certain people's views, and this just helps us to remember where does it fit within the big picture. So let's dive a little bit more into how we are operationalizing the whole strategic plan and what our monthly Perform GNV meetings look like. We have to date held 2 meetings. We hold monthly meetings that includes members of our leadership team as well as key members of each department's staff that have specific involvement with the action items that we're discussing. Right now, it is very simplistic, but we fully expect that over time, this process will evolve into something that's even more sophisticated. And I'll explain what that looks like in just a minute. So to help you understand how the meetings work a bit more, I did want to talk to you a little bit about what was the premise that we used for building this whole process. So some of you may be familiar with the book that you see in front of you here. It's called The Performance Stat Potential, written by Robert Bain. This was something that Lee actually introduced to us as a staff very early in his tenure. And the philosophy that's outlined in this book is really based on 4 fundamental principles. It includes timely intelligence, rapid deployment of resources, effective tactics and strategies, and relentless follow-up. And that is where our monthly meetings come into play. And then I've listed for you, there's just a couple of agencies across the country that have adopted similar methodologies. That includes NYPD utilizes something called CompStat. Baltimore uses something called CityStat. And New Orleans implemented a program specifically around eliminating blight within their city, and they call that BlightStat. So why is all this important? I don't think I need to tell you, but I'm certainly going to reinforce it. I mentioned before, we as a staff get swamped with lots of priorities and asks. You certainly as commissioners get lots of requests and needs that are brought to you by your constituents and our neighbors. But we want to make sure that we stay keenly focused on what our action agenda is for the year. and maintain that focus. The other thing that this really helps with is, as you may be aware, we capture and track lots and lots of data in the city. But I think this process will provide an opportunity for us to really harness the power of that data better, so that we can make really informed decisions. And when we have to make prioritizations about funding or what programs to pursue, hopefully this process will help us to do a better job of making those informed decisions. The other thing to keep in mind is I've been with the city for, gosh, I'm almost at my 14-year anniversary. And one thing that I have learned for sure in my time here is that there are a lot of very talented and experienced community builders that are a part of this organization. And we work really hard to be efficient, but I think that this process will help us to look for those trade-offs and help us to make the wisest decisions that we can with limited resources that unfortunately are sometimes available to us. And I think too, the biggest thing out of all of these that I could list, this process, I think, really helps to enhance accountability with each other as staff members and community builders, and also our accountability to you as our commission and to our neighbors. So this is how the monthly process works, diving in a little bit more closely. So as part of this process, once the strategic plan was developed, our team created a performance tool that is tracking our progress on each of the action agenda items that were identified as part of the strategic plan. And so it's a gigantic document. It's a spreadsheet right now. And we're in what we're calling a crawl, walk, run phase. We're in the crawl phase. As I mentioned, we're starting very simplistically, but hope to build this out into something more sophisticated going forward. So each month we ask departments that have action agenda items assigned to them to update the performance tool with the status of where they're at. Then on a monthly basis, we come together as a group to kind of go through the status. But I must mention, it is a bit of a mindset shift as we do these monthly meetings. Certainly we want to make note of and praise our successes and our wins, but we have purposely asked our staff to take a look at and think about what are the obstacles that are getting in the way? What are the barriers that are keeping you from being successful? And we're really trying to encourage robust discussion during these monthly meetings as a team to talk about what those obstacles are. And in just 2 meetings time, I've been very pleased with the staff's willingness to put forth and be frank about things that are kind of getting in the way. And then what's been very encouraging to see is the amount of collaboration that has taken place across the different departments in terms of knowing certain contacts that can help somebody get past a certain obstacle, a leader saying, hey, I can take the lead and I can move this out of the way and get that done. It's just been very rewarding to see the energy that has been discussed during those meetings. So that's how the monthly meetings go. Then once we have those monthly meetings, if there are areas of improvement that need to take place, for example, if we notice that there is a trend in a continued process that's getting stuck somewhere along the way, that will be our key to tell people, hey, we need to go in and take a little bit closer look at what these things are in order to kind of smooth that out so that things can move forward in the right direction. And as I already mentioned, we will absolutely celebrate successes, and we're working on ways to do that. And then we will communicate the results in a variety of ways. And we'll work with the communications department on how this will be done. Certainly, we'll be providing updates to you all on a quarterly basis, as Mr. Feldman mentioned. But we do want to be sure that we are communicating our results with our community builders internally and also our neighbors externally. What I have before you here is just a sample, if you will. I've talked a little bit about the tool itself, but the other thing that we've put together is a real high-level snapshot, if you will, of how we are progressing towards achieving each of our 5 strategic goals. So you can see that outlined for you here in the sample document. We typically start our meetings going over this first so we can kind of get that high-level view of how we're doing with each goal. And then during the meeting themselves, we dive into those things that are either off target or facing challenges that might throw the action item off target so that we can make sure we head that off at the pass and it doesn't happen. So expectations going forward. As I mentioned, we will continue this process each month. We'll be providing updates to you on a quarterly basis. Our first update we are planning to provide to you in January of 2021. And as I mentioned, we are starting off rather simplistically. So for now, we are measuring purely activity milestones. So making sure that key milestones are met and activities are completed. Our intention going forward is to make sure that we build out, of course, working with the departments, key performance indicators. So not only can we measure whether things got done, but we want to be able to measure the impact that we've been able to have on the community with the work that we've done. And then each spring, we're going to start this again. So coming soon, the holidays are almost upon us. We will be talking again in early 2021 about what's our next round of goals. Do we tweak what we currently have? Do we add certain things? Do we drop off certain things? And again, create a new action agenda that will see us through the year 2021 and 2022. And as I mentioned, we'll be sure to incorporate neighbor feedback in that and make sure that we identify the proper budget dollars and allocate that. I did want to mention, I failed to mention a little bit earlier, as you can imagine, some of the action agenda items that we have, there are certain departments that aren't necessarily directly connected to those. The best example I can think of would be human resources. So they don't necessarily have, at least right now, a particular agenda item, but they are a very important support function for all of our departments within the organization. So I think that this process serves as a great tool to help our supporting departments prepare and be ready to provide a proactive response for needs that are going to be coming their way. So I did want to be sure to mention that as well. So I feel like I have talked very fast, but we were trying to keep this short and sweet because we know you have a packed agenda. At this time, I'll be happy to take any questions that you have.
All right, thank you, Ms. Gretz. We have Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for the presentation. The question I have, is this process adaptable? If something was to change, can you adapt? And if so, will it be an easy transition or will you have to go back to the drawing board? So how adaptable is this process?
So I would have to say, I think it's quite adaptable the way we have it set up right now. Part of the reason we have done this sort of simplistically is this is sort of this is our first time out of the gate kind of doing this in this fashion. So I think it's fairly nimble to change to either different priorities or, of course, if whole new issues come our way, we are able to adapt to that. Lita, I didn't know if you wanted to add anything else.
No. Go ahead.
I think you hit it right on the button. So, as part of this process, the commission will convene again in the spring to adopt a new annual action plan based upon new feedback from the neighbor survey. So all this will be easily adaptable into a changing commission priority list.
Thank you so much. And I just think that's so important that you have something in place that we can, if something changes, you can easily adapt and keep it going and not have to stop and start over and figure something out. You can keep the commission's goals in focus and in line. So this is great. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Manager and Ms. Gretz. I appreciate the update. I just want to say I applaud the wisdom to start with manageable sort of components of this and build it into something more complex. You know, it's certainly one of my many faults is that, you know, I try to get to the whole thing at the beginning, and that usually leads to more difficulty and frustration than it's worth, and obviously a less than ideal outcome. So I think this is very measured and really representative of what we're trying to work towards, especially in the outward facing portion of this that will add to public accountability and better overall understanding by our neighbors of how we are working towards our common goals. I think that's going to be a real asset to our entire community. Yes, Commissioner Simmons.
Have a question. Have you guys thought about creating a dashboard so our neighbors can look at the progress that's being made?
Yes, Mayor and Commissioner Simmons, we absolutely have talked about that, and that is something that we will look to build out. Again, as the mayor alluded to, we're sort of starting small. We're in the crawl stage, but it will definitely come within the walk and run stage because, right, it's important to keep our neighbors informed about how their tax dollars are being paid. Are they getting good value for that? You know, and that helps contribute to hopefully their increased engagement in making this, helping us make decisions about the direction that we go and the things that we focus our attention and our resources on. So absolutely, dashboards are something that they're quite popular now, and we recognize that not everybody likes to dive into a spreadsheet or other complicated documents, and so those dashboards serve as a great tool to visualize some really complex things in a very simple way so that people can understand the bigger picture and how those things fit in. So yes, it will be coming.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. We'll appreciate the update and your flexibility in bringing this before us today, as opposed to last week when there was a potential hurricane coming over the top of our head. So with that, Madam Clerk, we'll move on to the next item.
Okay, our next item is BD4, construction contracts of a certain size, percentage of apprenticeship jobs if awarded, with the recommendation that the commission review the St. Petersburg litigation and consider whether to move forward with development of apprenticeship and or disadvantaged worker programs at this time. And if so, assign this item to the city manager and general manager for utilities for further policy work.
Okay, thank you. Madam Attorney, did you have an update for us?
Yes, Lisa Bennett with my office is on the meeting with us, and we'll give you one.
Great, thank you. Ms. Bennett, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners and Mayor. I have been following the City of St. Petersburg's litigation, and in your backup is the motion for summary judgment and ABC Gulf's reply. At this point in the litigation, once the judge hears the case and makes a ruling, it will be over. The ordinance will either be considered valid or invalid. I talked with the attorney a couple of weeks ago, and they're just waiting for a new judge to be assigned. So currently, within the next 2 or 3 months, my guess is they'll have a decision on the case. And I'm available to answer any questions that you might have, but the motion for summary judgment and the reply give you a good indication of what challenges you would be looking at should the city of Gainesville adopt such an ordinance.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bennett. Back to the commission, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Given that we are now about a year and a half, I think, into this, and I can look back and be more specific, but many months since we first started talking about it, with very little variation in discussion from us as a commission, other than the fact that we indicated last time we talked about this that we were ready for an ordinance and that we wanted it to include disadvantaged hiring as well, as we had talked about at the meeting prior to that. I would really like to see an ordinance come back to us And honestly, I thought that's what we were getting with information about what's happening, how the St. Petersburg legal issues go. But I thought we were going to have an ordinance to work with. If there's more that we need to do, please be specific about what we need to pass on to the manager's office and the attorney's office. I get that there's pending litigation. I also get that if we had done this when we first started talking about it, we would have had an ordinance in place a while back.
I can, if it's appropriate for me to just
Please.
talk a little bit more about that. The draft that you had at the September 10th General Policy Committee meeting was really not a very good draft before you. The draft that before you was only the apprenticeship ordinance. It was not the disadvantaged workers additional ordinance. The direction that we would need from the City Commission would be to send these two ordinances back to your city manager and your general manager to help develop policies. And then our office would be able to guide. For instance, there are some possibilities that some of the ordinance presented to you on September 10th could be preempted by Florida statutes, depending on how factually those ordinances could be applied. And I'm sorry, my dog is talking to us as well.
We're hungry too.
Mayor and commissioners, if I might, again, my office has drafted several ordinances, but there are policy points that I think staff needs to work through and bring to you, general government and GRU. And to the extent they're in agreement on those policy points, they can be included in an ordinance and we can move that forward. To the extent they're still in disagreement, perhaps they can bring them to the City Commission and you all can provide further direction to the substantive staff. And then again, legal will be able to put those into the ordinance forms that we already have and move it forward. But legal can't make those policy decisions.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I thank you, attorney staff. I appreciate you weighing in on that. I will make the commitment to bringing back to the commission, to talking with the manager and the general manager before the end of the year. I will have us a very specific list of items. I will go back and look at the meetings and the discussions that we've had, and I will detail everything we've talked about and ask that that be put into an ordinance. And I will have that by the end of this quarter.
Thank you, Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think we can just, I'm frustrated as well. This is an issue that's happened ever since I've been on the commission. And I think I'm talking to the city attorney too about this on multiple other ordinances too. And I do think maybe the way she's brought that forward is that there's a lot of different, we have general government and GRU and they don't always agree on everything and it sits in this kind of mushy area forever. It doesn't come back to us. I think we should set timelines more. I think that's something that we need to, I think we should make a motion and it should go to both GRU manager and city manager within 60 days, 90 days, whatever it may be, to come back with the, in essence, kind of the guts of the ordinance and where they disagree, bring those, both their viewpoints, and then we'll make that decision. And I think we need to almost get that direction on almost everything because I think that's where we're having issues. And I'm just tired of stuff kind of sitting in purgatory forever. So that's the direction I would like for us to do. I know you can go do that too, but I think having staff start to actually work on it, and they've been working on it. They just need to, if they can't make a decision, bring it to us. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons.
Yeah, I'm just very disappointed too, and I just wanted to echo what Commissioner Hayes Santos and Commissioner Ward is saying. We need to put deadlines. We need to start setting just deadlines. We've been talking about this since March of last year, and we have nothing. So whatever motion you guys want to put out to get this thing moving, I'm all for it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you. Commissioners, I would like to draw attention to the motion for summary judgment and the reply to the motion of summary judgment, because essentially both parties, the city of St. Petersburg and the people suing the city, have all agreed to the facts, and they're now asking a court to decide whether or not who is right. Does the city of St. Petersburg have the authority, or does this complainant have the authority to strike this ordinance down through the court system? That will be decided imminently. So I assume that the policy content of our ordinance will be very similar to what St. Petersburg has drafted. There will be probably differences because we are different cities, but I think it will be similar. So I don't think there's anything wrong with patience, because if the summary judgment comes back on the side of the city of St. Petersburg, then we're all clear to go forward with policy content for this ordinance. If it comes back that it's not, we know very well that the very next step for our ordinance that will be passed will be a suit that is similar, that will pass through the same court system. And so I understand the frustration, commissioners, I do, but it's not as though this is it's not as though this is in some type of limbo of litigation. It is literally at the point of a court deciding where this will fall. And so I think it's in the best interest of this ordinance and this policy to wait for that summary judgment. Because if we go forward and we can't jump into the head of a judge, we can't jump into the head of the court. If we go forward and it works out, then we're still where we are. And if it goes forward and it doesn't, then we will not have driven our staff towards a conclusion which is foregone. So I think, I'm not against us moving forward, but this summary judgment is imminent. There's been time for the submission by the city and a reply by the plaintiff, and they both agreed to allow the court to now decide. This isn't a limbo. This isn't what's going to happen next. This is the final step. That's what summary judgment is. And so I just want us to just wait for that, because that will ultimately give us the decision as to whether or not we will be impeded in our goals here. So I'm just thinking with that in mind. And so, reserve your judgments. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I get back to you, I think the simplest, most elegant thing for me is we ask for this to be placed on our second meeting in December with all of the outstanding decision points the commission needs to make. So if there's staff agreement, I'd even like to see the stuff where staff has agreed on, just to make sure we concur with that. But definitely the outstanding decision points. That way we can get to a consensus amongst the commission on what we do and don't want to see in that moving forward. Then we can decide, do we want to go to first and second reading right away, or do we want to wait for the legal process to play itself out? But I want to get to where we've already made our decision about what's in the ordinance, and all we're deciding is whether to move forward with adoption or not. Back to Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'd like to, I'll move that we, I think you said the second meeting or the first GPC meeting, I guess.
Whatever you say.
Yeah.
Not December.
I don't think we have a
3rd.
second
That's going to
GPC
be
meeting.
packed.
So yeah, I think on the first GPC meeting, this will be placed on there, and in December, on where staff agrees and disagrees on portions of this ordinance on both the general government and GRU side.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. Commissioner, oh yeah, go ahead.
I just have one more,
Commissioner
just
Sacco, I
a
think,
small
Commissioner Ward
statement.
beat you to the, hold on, I gotta make sure the clerk got the
Sorry.
motion. So the motion was made by Commissioner Santos, the second was by Commissioner Ward. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hear you, Commissioner Ariola, and I agree with you, but my one worry is court cases there's no timeline on when the judge will get back usually, or sometimes. And my other bigger concern is that our legislature loves to preempt things, and that they may try to preempt things in this. Even, okay, it rules that the St. Pete can do it, and then the state legislature puts in a preemption. And sometimes they do allow grandfathered ordinances in, so if we can get in before the legislature starts, there might be a better chance that if they do a preemption, ours would survive. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So a few things I want to remind everyone of. My initial motions with this go back to, I believe, the spring of 2018. We are 2.5 years into this, and we have generally not disagreed on it. We have added some things. What was initially just the apprenticeship, we added later in 2018. We added disadvantaged workers, which is what the labor folks call hard to hire issues. And I don't think those hard to hire / disadvantaged worker issues appear in the St. Petersburg ordinance. So there's a lot going on here that doesn't hinge on what the judge comes back with in St. Petersburg. Just a quick glance, it looks like those motions in the St. Petersburg case go back to July and August, and they still haven't been assigned a judge. So this could take another year. In the meantime, as Commissioner Santos points out, we could get something passed that would be more difficult for the legislature to potentially overturn, or we can just wait and we can all be out of office and still be talking about it, because that honestly feels like where we're headed. And I don't think we've been unclear on what we're looking for. So if staff will do some work, I will work with staff. I will make sure that I have a good, clear recap for all of us at that meeting that we're talking about. And if we choose not to move forward, I have no problem accepting that. But we have consistently said we want to do this, and we've added things to it that we want to get done, and it just isn't. And again, if we had done this in 2018, there'd be more apprentices working right now. There would be more people in our community that are difficult, that have a hard time getting these sorts of skills, who would have those jobs already. So I don't want to wait a lot longer. I appreciate what's going on on the judicial side of things, but if we wait for it to be perfect, we will be out of office. So, thank you.
Commissioner Sacco?
Mr. Mayor, and I agree with Commissioner Hayes Santos on the grandfathering in point. I think if we can get staff to agree and we can give direction on the disagreement parts and we can get something put together, I'd rather have something on our books that if it gets struck down, then it gets struck down if it's that much similar to the St. Pete one, but we will have one and it's potentially grandfathered and protected if Tallahassee decides to do anything. But my other concern is courts keep opening and closing due to COVID, and our cases are on the rise. And Florida doesn't seem to be, exempt at all from that. So if the courts need to shut down or need to scale back, I don't see this as being a high priority case for them that they would make exceptions to deal with. And so I'd rather, those 3 months could be 6 months or could be another year. And hopefully it isn't, but I don't want to wait when we could be doing something and have it already on our books. And if we only get a small window of enjoyment, then we've, in that small window, we've helped some people get apprenticeship jobs. while it's available. That's valid work and good work that we've done in that time, in the meantime, if and when it does get struck down in the future. So I am in favor of this, and when it finally comes back with a full draft, I'd be in favor of it as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion on the floor to bring back to the commission all of the decision points that need to be clarified in this potential ordinance. It will be at our GPC meeting, which meets the second Thursday in December. With that, Larry, we'll turn it over to you for public comment.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Two callers on this item at this time. First, Jeremiah Tattersall, and then James Engel. We'll start with Jeremiah.
Hi, Commissioners and Mayor. Thank you so much for bringing this up and staying on top of this really important issue. Sorry for the background noise. I'm traveling, and I'm actually traveling with my counterpart in Tampa. And this is actually really important because we've been talking a lot about this for St. Pete, and it's generally agreed upon by a lot of labor leaders in Florida that the lawsuit is a stall tactic in order to buy time and to discourage other municipalities from passing similar ordinances so that Tallahassee can convene and preempt this progress that we are making. And that hasn't stopped West Florida area. They're moving forward with adopting ordinances, and the city of Tampa and Hillsborough at large. I think it would be really important for us to start moving forward with this, to not just get this in before Tallahassee tries to preempt this, but to show that there's a consensus, geographically dispersed consensus for ordinance like this to be able to exist. And I think it's at core saying that, you know, supporting local ordinances, local hard that it's through sooner than later. This will help protect not just our ordinances, our ordinance here, but also the other ordinances around the state that are being pushed right now. Thank you.
And James Engel. James, go ahead.
Hey, I wanted to thank you guys for sticking with this. I know it's been a long process, and just want to say with the IBEW, we've had an apprenticeship here since the 50s. And we're a long part of this community, and if we can be of any further service talking to staff, just to clear up questions they have about how apprentices function or any of that to help this process move forward, we'd be more than happy to. And I can tell you personally, we had to turn apprentices away when we were bringing in this newest class because we didn't have enough work for all the applicants that wanted to get into the program. So literally the only reason there's not more apprentices in town right now is because there's jobs that are being worked without apprentices on. So there's plenty of people that are excited and want to be part of the trades, and we'll have a better future once we get this ordinance in, and I'm really looking forward to working with everyone on it. Thanks.
And Mayor, those are all the callers we have on the item.
Okay, thank you both for calling in and sharing your thoughts with us. So once again, we're going to ask for this to come back at our December GPC meeting, which will meet the second Thursday in December, to go over those decision points and chart our path forward. So with that, we'll move to a vote. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Okay, a little agenda management here. Up next, we have equitable development update timeline and heritage overlay districts. That to me is not a 20-minute conversation, but I do believe we could probably get the Heartwood update in 20 to 30 minutes. Oh, that got pulled. That's right. That got pulled. Okay, so anybody object to going straight to commission comment? Okay. And then anybody watching, we'll come back to the equitable development and heritage overlay discussion at the end of our agenda tonight. I did want to ask if the commission would be willing to authorize me to have a discussion and possible negotiation with the city manager concerning the report that you all have had a chance to read at this point, He just got the report yesterday and requested a little bit of time to look through it and process it. But I know that a special meeting has been scheduled for Tuesday at 5 o'clock to discuss that. That meeting might be more productive and go a little bit smoother if I'm able to sit down with him and talk about the city's future and our future and come to some sort of potential resolution ahead of that meeting. That's a request that's follows the precedents that's been set before by similar situations, but I don't want to do that without that being something that you all want me to do, and that you know, you feel comfortable with me representing the commission. Commissioner Ariola?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, as the commission's representative in those types of conversations, I feel it's absolutely your prerogative to do that, and you have no contention for
Okay.
me.
Thank you, Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't think there's something you need to negotiate at this time, to be honest. I think there are outstanding facts that I think were missed in that report. And I think that, yeah, I don't know if I have a discussion now or not, but there.
Well, I think out of respect for the manager, who again has not had a chance to really look this over and process it, I will tell you that this is something that he has approached me about and asked if I would be willing to have that conversation with him between now and Tuesday.
Sure. Okay.
Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly, I think it makes sense for you to have conversations with the manager and to for everyone to have all the options available that might come forward, rather than us having just a broad conversation with no options before us. So, yeah, I think that's a fine idea.
Okay. Anybody else have any thoughts? Commissioner Simmons?
Thank you, Mayor. If that's the will of the commission.
Okay. So hearing no objections, I'll set aside some time with him, probably this weekend, but sometime before that special meeting on Tuesday. Okay. Anybody else have any general commission comment? Like, stay home for Thanksgiving? Zoom can be an amazing thing. Imagine all of the arguments that are not going to take place this Thanksgiving. It's going to be the most peaceful Thanksgiving that we've had in a generation because of our imposed restrictions. Okay, well, we will then recess until 5:30. And again, if you're tuning in for our equitable development and affordable housing, heritage overlay discussion, we will have that. It'll be at the end of our business tonight. We do not have a jam-packed evening, so it won't be too late, I don't think. So hopefully you can come back around for that. And also, we are working on our live streaming over the website through Granicus. It's crashed. They are working on it really, really hard. But in the meantime, you can catch us on Channel 12, on Facebook Live, and we'll make sure to post the video once that system is up and running as well. All right, we are in recess until 5:30. All right, good evening, everybody. We're going to call this meeting back to order. This is our November 19th, 2020 regular City Commission meeting. And our first order of business tonight are a couple proclamations. So, Madam Clerk, could you please tell us about our first proclamation?
Absolutely. Our first proclamation is National Hospice and Palliative Care Month, November 2020.
All right, thank you. And broadcast, if you wouldn't mind showing the audience chambers for this. Yeah, there we go. These are all our good people here for palliative care. If you all want to, you can stand up if you want and keep socially distanced, or we can see it. There we go. We're zooming out. And I'm going to stay up here and read this, and then I'll give you the proclamation when we're all done. But really appreciate y'all being here for this. Whereas for 41 years, Haven has helped provide comfort and dignity to thousands of people in North Florida, allowing them to live their last months, weeks, or days comfortably with the people they love. And whereas Haven utilizes an interdisciplinary, team-oriented approach to treatment, including expert medical care, quality symptom control, and comprehensive pain management as a foundation of care. And whereas beyond providing physical treatment, Haven attends to the patient's emotional, spiritual, and family needs, and provides the family services like respite care and bereavement counseling. And whereas Haven provides community-based palliative care, which delivers expertise to improve quality of life and relief from pain, and can be provided at any time during an illness. And whereas every year 1.5 million Americans living with life-limiting illness and their families received care from the nation's hospice programs in communities throughout the United States, including Haven. And whereas Haven is an advocate and educator about advanced care planning that helps individuals make decisions about the care they want. And whereas the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services have pledged to put patients first in all of its programs, including hospice, ensuring a coordinated and patient-led approach to care, protecting patient choice and access to individualized services based on a patient's unique care needs and wishes. Now, therefore, I, Lauren Poe, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim November 2020 as National Hospice and Palliative Care Month in the city of Gainesville, and invite all of our citizens to join me in increasing their understanding and awareness of care at the end of life, to discuss their end-of-life wishes with their families, and to observe this month with appropriate activities and programs. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the city of Gainesville, Florida, this 15th day of October, 2020. And I just want to share my personal story, as I do every year, and some of you that are back have heard it before, but my grandmother, who had advanced onset Alzheimer's, she lived with Alzheimer's, including dementia from Alzheimer's, for about a decade. My mother was the primary caregiver for about the last half of that. And we saw a beautiful woman sort of slowly descend into somebody that we didn't quite know and she didn't know herself. But in the end, it was hospice who allowed us to say goodbye. And it was, I don't know how we could have done that without Haven in particular and everything that was provided by hospice. And it made saying goodbye so much better for us, and her last few really hours and days, because it was very late when she went there, were peaceful, and her transition was beautiful. So thank you for all that you do. Thank you for every year coming and sharing this with us and reminding us of the great work that you do. We're all incredibly stressed out right now and trying to figure out how to live in this incredibly difficult time. And for me, it's good knowing that y'all are out there providing the service that you do. So thank you so much. And if you'd like to say a few words, one of you is certainly welcome to come up to the lectern here.
I'll make it quick because I know you guys get a busy schedule. But first of all, thank you very much for allowing us to come to do this and to proclaim this. Just wanted to say I've been a nurse for 20 years. And in that time, I've become a husband and a father. Combine that with a worldwide pandemic and a spirited presidential election. And all of that time, and with all that in mind, there has never been a greater time to provide compassionate care at the end of life for people. Thank you again.
Okay, Madam Clerk, our next proclamation, please.
Our next proclamation is Native American Heritage Month 2020.
Okay, whereas the nation, state, and county are located on indigenous lands, and whereas the city of Gainesville takes pride and celebrates the history and diversity of past and current indigenous residents, specifically recognizing the Potano tribe, Timucua peoples, and Seminole Indians. And whereas we urge the people of the United States to learn more about the American Indian cultures throughout the nation and within their communities. And whereas each year since 1986, Congress has celebrated the contributions of American Indians to the greatness of our nation. And whereas the month of November concluded the traditional fall harvest season and was generally a time of thanksgiving and celebration for American Indians. Now, therefore, I, Lauren Poe, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim November 2020 as Native American Heritage Month in the city of Gainesville, and invite all of our citizens to join me to remember the lands we live upon, recognize contributions of past and current indigenous people, and learn more about the history, traditions, and cultures of indigenous people. In witness whereof I have hereto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the city of Gainesville, Florida, this 23rd day of September 2020. And the folks that were going to come and receive this proclamation were not able to be here tonight, but we very much thank them for participating. And as we go through these next couple weeks and are looking for ways to give thanks, I think it's vitally important that we thank the first people that were here before the rest of us, and thank them for their contributions to our city and our nation. So thank you for that. We appreciate it. We'll make sure we get this in the right hands. And with that, Madam Clerk, we are on to our next item.
Okay. Our next item is Resolution -1, resolution accepting report of the Alachua County Board of Canvassers, November 3rd, 2020. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Gainesville, Florida, accepting the report of the Alachua County Board of Canvassers for the City of Gainesville, Florida election held November 3rd, 2020, and providing an immediate effective date.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions, or is there a motion? Commissioner Sanchez?
Thank you, Mayor. I move resolution 200500.
Okay, there's a motion by Commissioner Hayes Santos, a second by Commissioner Simmons, to adopt the proposed resolutions accepting the outcome of the 4 charter amendments on the November election. Commissioner Ariola?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to take the opportunity to thank the Board of Canvassers. Having served on the canvassing board, it's such a wonderful experience, and there's so many volunteers that go into our election process. They spend countless hours working to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to exercise their right to vote, and that everything is counted accurately. So I just wanted to express my thanks to Supervisor Barton, her team, and of course the Board of Canvassers for all of their work in this November's spirited election.
Thank you. Commissioner Simmons?
Mayor, I also like to thank our canvassing board. I too served on the canvassing board, and it's a very it's a lovely board to be a part of. This volunteer-driven people that's dedicated and committed to our country and our local government. And I just really want to also give just a real good shout out to Supervisor of Election Kim Barton for doing such a fantastic job this year, considering the climate. She's a true professional, and also just all the volunteers and people that came out and just worked hard towards this election. So, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioners. And you know, in an election where all eyes were on our different supervisors across the country, I know all of us felt so confident right here in Alachua County with the supervisor we have and the staff and everybody that they trained up. It was really quite a remarkable election. But really I want to thank those thousands of election workers around the country that had an incredibly difficult job. Some of them, their job is still ongoing and still difficult. But you know, that this is the highest representation of our democracy. And we thank all of them for that, to be sure. And we thank the voters of Gainesville for these 4 charter amendments, and we will get those enacted toot sweet. So with that, we have a motion. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak to the motion on accepting the Board of Canvassers results?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There are no commenters at this time. The microphone is yours.
Okay, thank you. Then back to the commission. This requires a roll call vote.
Commissioner Sacco? Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson? Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Our next item is Resolution 2, fourth quarter amendment through September 30th, 2020 to the fiscal year 2020 General Government Financial and Operating Plan Budget. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Gainesville, Florida relating to its general government budget for fiscal year beginning October 1, 2019 and ending September 30th, 2020, amending Resolution 190397 as amended by Resolution number 190880, Resolution number 191155, and Resolution number 200148 by making certain adjustments to the general government financial and operating plan budget and providing an immediate effective date.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions? This is the fourth quarter amendatory budget. It was heard by Audit and Finance on Monday with a recommendation to approve the amendatory budget to the full commission. Any questions or is there a motion?
I will move resolution number 200457.
Okay, a motion by Commissioner Ariola, a second by Commissioner Hayes Santos. Mr. Manager, were you trying to get in here?
We're only here if you have questions.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to, I was getting ahead of myself here, but Madam Attorney, resolutions are okay, but we need to hear ordinances after 6 o'clock. Am I correct in that?
That's correct.
Sorry, Mayor. Yes, that's correct because of how they're advertised.
Right, okay, but we're okay with the resolutions.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Then we will turn it over to any members of the public that wish to comment on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have no commenters at this time.
Okay, then back to the commission for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons? Commissioner Ward? Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. So I guess we need to recess until 6. Okay, so let's do. That's going to take. Yeah, I'd rather do that all. Because I've got some stuff I want to bring up with that. Anyway. Okay, so yeah, let's do that. Let's take a brief recess. We will reconvene at 6 o'clock.
I can tell this is going to be the best side.
Okay, welcome back. We're going to call this meeting back to order. We just had a brief recess. It's now 6 o'clock and we can take up our ordinances. So Madam Clerk, will you please introduce our next item?
Absolutely. We have the second reading of Ordinance 160937, ordinance relating to non-motorized vehicles for hire. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending and creating new sections within Chapter 28, Article 2 of the Code of Ordinances relating to a non-motorized vehicles for hire, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Manager, I understand that you would like us to continue this item to the next meeting.
Yes, Mayor, we'd like you to continue this item till the meeting of December 3rd.
Okay, thanks. I guess there's a little more work on the background check element that they want to just be better safe than sorry. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you. Mayor, I move that we continue ordinance number 160937 to December 3rd City Commission meeting.
Is there a second? Seconded by Ward. The motion was by Hayes Santos, seconded by Ward. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion?
Mr. Mayor, there are no comments at this time.
Okay, thank you. Motion to continue just requires a voice vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Next item is second reading of ordinance 200431, ordinance changing violator to alleged violator and making a clarification to code violation process. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending scrivener's revisions to several code sections to change violator to alleged violator and amending section 2-3881A to clarify process for violation, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Simmons.
Mayor, I move to adopt proposed ordinance 200431 on second reading.
Okay, is there a second? Motion by Commissioner Simmons, a second by Commissioner Ward to adopt the proposed ordinance on second reading by title only. Any members of the public wish to speak to this motion?
Mr. Mayor, there are no public comments at this time.
Okay, then we'll move back to the commission. This is a roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson? Aye. Commissioner Sacco? Aye. Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward? Aye. Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Our next item is the first reading of ordinance 180115, ordinance regulating micro mobility services. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending Chapter 26 of the City Code of Ordinances to create Article 7, micro mobility services, to regulate micro mobility services within the City of Gainesville, Florida, establishing permit requirements, establishing operational requirements, establishing revocation, appeals, and suspension processes, amending Appendix A, Schedule of Fees, Rates, and Charges to establish regulatory fees, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Manager, I believe we have a presentation.
I am not sure if you do. I'm looking for our community builder who may not be in the room. Yep. Yeah, she's in the room now, so.
I guess it was the old one that was in our backup.
Yeah.
From GPC.
And Debbie Leisner from Transportation Mobility here to.
Hey, Ms.
Debbie
Leisner, long time no see.
Leisner.
Did you have anything you wanted to share with us?
Again, this is the old ordinance. Because of its time delay, it was coming back to you for second reading, but in prudence, we're bringing it back for first reading again.
Okay, Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
This is Debbie. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hey. Yes. We don't have a presentation today. This is the same materials that you have heard on the previous hearing. It just has the same regulations proposing for 3 vendors with a maximum of 600 initial deployment, 600 units initial deployment, up to 200 each. We have coordinated with the University of Florida, and we continued the coordination with them. And we're expecting to, if this passes, to be able to start accepting applications sometime in January and review everything, work with the university, and expect deployment towards late April or beginning of May, when the school semester during the summer, so we can ease into the program.
Okay, thank you very much for the update, Ms. Leisner. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Brought this up last time, and I'd like to discuss it again. I think Commissioner Johnson was in support of it as well, if I remember correctly. But it was during the hours of operation. We're limiting the hours of operation till 10 p.m. Since that point, I've been in other cities and used it later to that, and it was a great kind of way to get from that last mile.
Adam, I think the public comment line is not muted right now. We're hearing some background noise.
We are muted here.
Okay, so somebody's not muted and it keeps popping up on the feed, so if everybody could check their.
I just muted the line, Mayor. I'm not sure who that was, but it's taken care of now.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, Commissioner Santos.
Since that time, I've used it. I mean, last time I was in DC, I was able to use it late at night, and it was great to get from the subway to back to where I was staying after those hours. And I think and also in that time, I've talked to people who are in the entertainment industry who work late at night. and being able to use it after their job is over, to be able to get to their car that might be parked further away, or getting home. I think it's a safety thing too, is if you're able to scoot around a little faster than walking, I think it's safer. You won't be, when it's late at night and there's not very many people around, I think it actually might be a safer way than walking around in kind of desolate areas late at night. So that's one of the changes that I would like for us to do, is to look for allowing it 24 hours a day.
Okay, thank you for that. Commissioner Simmons?
Mayor, if I'm not mistaken, I think we talked about the hours of operation and said that if we would revisit that, if that, this would be a pilot program, and think, we would look at that and take, so I'm not interested in 24 hours. But what I am interested in is making sure that it's affordable, that everyone can have access to it. So once we have the vendors in place and have all the policies in place, that we make sure that the vendors offer this at a reasonable cost for folks that can afford it. So I just want to make sure that that's in this, not in the ordinance per se, but that's understood with the vendors.
Okay, so thank you. And I think, Ms. Leisner, if you're still listening, which I'm sure you are, when it gets closer to deployment date, I'm thinking, maybe a month or 6 weeks out, coming back before the commission at a general policy committee meeting with the vendors in the room or virtual or whatever we're doing then, to talk to us about their plan and how they approach a wide variety of questions we've had before, like, their plan to redeploy the bikes in the areas that we have asked them to do so, what happens to abandoned vehicles, and it's been a while since we've talked about all that. So I think coming back, and now that it's going to go live, really discussing that with us, and helping the media as well when it gets closer, know what people can expect from this. As far as the hours, I think philosophically I agree with you, Commissioner Santos, but what I want to do is just get this thing out and operating, and then it's a lot easier to expand than contract for me. And so I just get people used to them, used to seeing them around, and then once it's more of a kind of common thing around our city, being able to expand both in hours and number of locations and number of devices and all that. I just think that would be a little bit more comfortable for our community to ease into. Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll at least try. I like to move Ordinance 180115 with one modification, that we allow the operations to be 24 hours a day.
Those you? Okay, motion by Santos, second by Ariola, to adopt the ordinance on first reading with one one modification, amendment, to change the hours of operation to 24 hours a day. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I love the vigor that my fellow commissioner has, but I agree with you, Mayor. I think we should start out subtle, make sure that we get the education component out to the citizens, and let everyone know what's going on, and revisit this. And if we need to expand the hours of operation, we make that modification at that time. So I cannot support this motion as it is now. Thank you.
And I think, regardless of what passes now, and this is coming, I think probably early August, we need to have an update from the vendors and our staff as we head into the fall semester, just to get an understanding of how it's working and all that. So that's a long time away, Madam Clerk and everybody else, but if you can help us remember that we'd like to get an update at a GPC meeting in early August, probably that first one in August. So if we do need to make modifications, that'd be probably a good time to do it after a good few months of data. Okay, motion on the floor. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion?
Mr. Mayor, nobody would like to speak to the motion at this time.
Okay, back to the commission. The motion is to adopt the ordinance with one modification, changing the hours of operation to 24 hours a day. Madam Attorney, are you clear and okay, or?
Well, actually, I wanted to clarify, Mayor, since you're potentially adopting with a revision, I think what that means on page 9 of the draft ordinance, that you want deleted lines 19 through 23. There are a number of requirements that hinge around the hours of operation. So just confirming that that's the intent of the motion.
Yeah, the maker of the motion has confirmed that that is exactly what he would like to modify.
Then if this passes, we'll bring back that strike through language on the second reading.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, with that, we will move to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Hayes Santos,
Aye. Aye.
Commissioner Ward,
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
No?
Was that an aye or no? I apologize. There's a bit of feedback there.
No?
That was a no, Madam Clerk.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Simmons,
No.
Commissioner Johnson,
No.
Commissioner Ariola,
Aye.
and Mayor Poe.
No, that motion fails 4-3. In the affirmative was Ward, Hayes Santos, and Ariola. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance number 180115 on first reading.
Okay, there's a motion to adopt ordinance 180115 on first reading by title only as presented with no modifications. That second was by Commissioner Sacco. Members of the public to this motion?
No, Mr. Mayor, there is no public comment at this time.
Okay, back to a roll call vote of the commission.
Commissioner Hayes Santos. Aye. Commissioner Ward. Aye. Commissioner Sacco. Aye. Commissioner Simmons.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola,
Aye.
and Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Next item is the first reading of, sorry, let me turn my page. First reading of ordinance 180999, living wage requirements for contractors, and ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending Article 9 of Chapter 2 of the Code of Ordinances relating to living wage requirements, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very pleased to have this finally back to us after lots and lots and lots of referral and discussion. And I move acceptance of item number 180999.
Okay, there's a motion to adopt ordinance 180999 on first reading by title only, seconded by Ariola. The motion was by Ward. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make sure that it's the revised draft ordinance, not the draft ordinance, because there was one exception that they took out. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Madam Attorney, can you speak to that? Did you hear the question?
I did, after preparing the backup and putting it in, the general manager for utilities and the city manager determined that they wanted to remove that exception. So in your agenda, the ordinance that you are voting on is the revised version. That is what your staff, general manager for utilities and city manager are recommending to you.
That is the motion.
Okay. Then we'll go to the public for any public comment on this motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It looks like we have one commenter on the line. Sir, you have 3 minutes to comment on this issue. Hello, sir. All right, sir, you have 3 minutes to comment on this issue. Mr. Mr. Mayor, I don't think this is a technical difficulty. The gentleman seems non-responsive. Let's give him another second.
So you might need to press *9. You might be muted. I don't know.
No, we tested the line before. Sir, are you out there? A small technical difficulty. It's not unmuting, apparently. Let me check in on one thing. If there is a setting when we want to break, hold 1 second. Okay, let's try this one more time. Sir, you have 3 minutes to speak on this issue. Are you there?
I am here.
There you go. Okay, I knew we'd figured it out. Please go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, we got you, Armando. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I have a question. And by the way, thank you earlier for when we as the public are requesting, so like the ordinance that we're going through now that you all are going to adopt, I think Ms. Shalley said you're going to have, once the strike-through language is adopted or whatever, we'll be able to get a copy of this kind of language through public records requests. Is that correct, Mr. Mayor? I want to get some clarity. I'm a little confused.
Sure. So it was a first reading, and so when it comes back at our next meeting for second reading, in that document, you will see the strike-through language that was amended today. So when you read the ordinance, when you get to the part that's stricken through, that's the part that was taken out with the action we took today.
Okay, so Mr. Mayor, and I am going to need your assistance or any of your colleagues, because I have sent out an email, my public records request, including the one that was just made public, that was just there, I was reading, I would like copies of. I definitely want to make sure that we're not doing that. I would like your help with that, okay? I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, I think that was a request for the ordinance, the mobility, not the mobility ordinance, the.
That's the one that we didn't strike through, or we didn't pass.
Okay, well, let's get Mr. Grundy Gomez a copy of the micro-mobility ordinance and the living wage with contractors ordinance. We'll just get him a copy of both those. And yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot the first motion failed. So the second motion was to pass the ordinance as it was presented in our backup. So if you have access to a backup, that's what was ultimately voted on. Ms. Shalley?
Thank you, Mayor. Because the city manager and general manager timely notified our office of this revision, the revised ordinance is actually in the backup to this agenda item. So if any citizen wants to see what you're voting on tonight, or if the commission wants to see what you're voting on tonight, it is one of the listed items. It's listed in there, and the title is Revised Draft Ordinance.
Okay, and we'll get one printed out as well, as if Armando, you want to stop by and pick one up, we can do that as well. Okay, Adam, was there anybody else?
No, sir. No further comments at this time.
Okay, let's go ahead and move back to the commission for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola? Commissioner Johnson? Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. All right, next item, please.
All right, we are actually, I believe, at the end of our ordinances, and so we'll go back to pick up the heritage overlay item, if that's all right.
Yep.
Okay. That's on page 9, business discussion item 5, equitable development update, timeline, and heritage overlay districts, with the recommendation that the commission continue its discussion from its November 5th, 2020 meeting, and any other housing related follow-ups and take action deemed necessary.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Person, you want to sort of take it where we left off?
Sure. hey everybody, you're like really tiny on my screen, which is I'm like, who's talking right now?
You're gigantic on our screen.
Yeah, well, that's good. Whoa. Anyway, Andrew Persons, Interim Director, Department of Sustainable Development. Just to bring everybody back, we had I thought was a really good discussion at your November 5th meeting about the draft language for the heritage overlay, the proposed map that we attached. There were a handful of questions that I think the commission was sort of starting to deliberate on. Those are in the agenda item. And so, just to reiterate, what we're sort of looking forward to tonight is just some direction on those questions, because it'll help us sort of nail down the draft of the language that we'll then bring to the plan board and then bring back to you for additional action.
Okay, so, and for anybody watching, Mr. Persis, this might be helpful to talk about what that sort of short list was.
Oh, sure. In terms of the questions?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So what we're looking for is one of the, I think the existing, the pieces of the existing heritage overlay that's currently in the land development code. When it was originally drafted many years ago, it contemplated essentially a sort of fully baked application from a neighborhood sort of being delivered at my doorstep here at the Thomas Center for us to sort of walk through the legislative process. However, like the actual application itself contains like design standards that are tailored for that particular heritage overlay. It has a significant application fee for a neighborhood to put together. It requires a fair amount of sort of on the ground work, has a requirement for gathering signatures. And so with the commission discussion about sort of what this reworked heritage overlay district is, we thought it would be a good idea to bring this back to the commission and ask, is this sort of how you envision it, or at least from what we've heard, and I think as we've sort of drafted the draft and the backup, it would be something that would be more commission directed, meaning that the commission would select a neighborhood for participation in the heritage overlay work, and then city staff would go, or some agency would go and work with the neighborhood to actually put together a proposal with those elements, the design elements, things like that, and then we would bring that through the process. So it would be a more sort of facilitated approach than what it's currently drafted as. So that was sort of question one, was if that's something that the commission wants, and if it is, how do you want essentially neighborhoods to be selected? So that's the first question. The second question is the code as it currently is drafted contemplates the creation of a heritage overlay board, which would be a brand new board, something that we don't have today, to essentially review the work items that are part of that would be regulated by a heritage overlay. We obviously have other boards that we have currently that are actually meeting, like the Development Review Board or Historic Preservation Board or Plan Board. So that's the other question: is creating a new board, the Heritage Overlay Board, what the commission is thinking, or would the commission prefer the draft to include one of those other boards I mentioned to do the review work? The third question is just to make sure that the commission looks at the draft to make sure that those regulated work items, which would be sort of where we're creating sort of the constellation of potential items that could be regulated in any future heritage overlay designations, make sure that that list of regulated work items is consistent with what the commission direction is. The fourth item is just about the name. Do you like the existing name of heritage overlay, or is there a different name that the commission would like to call it? And then the fifth is let's see, what's that one? About the map, about the eligibility map. I think as we were contemplating this, it was very much sort of as a tool towards furthering the goals of equitable development in the city. And so we wanted to sort of somewhat limit where the applicability is for a designation. But if the commission wants this to be sort of broadly available to any neighborhood who's interested in it, that's a different approach as well. So those are the 5 questions, and I'm happy to try to clarify any of those or help. I think at the last meeting, if I remember, there was a question about sort of, can we look at the potential boundary map in relation to the historic districts? And I do have a map with that if the commission, if that would be helpful, or I could just answer any other questions you may have.
Okay, thanks. And there's one more I thought that we were going to discuss, which is whether or not one needed to have homesteaded status to vote in the proposed district, or just own property.
Yes, that is in the draft of the, that's actually what is currently required. That homestead is a precursor to being able to vote, for the designation, or to be able to, sign for the signatures. And that's what's in the draft now. That certainly could change if that's the commission's will. That's
Okay.
not one of our questions, but that is like, if you want to provide feedback to that, that'd be great as well.
Well, yeah, that came up amongst the commission last time, so I would want to get some clarity on that as well. Okay, thank you for that summary, Mr. Persons. Let's go back to the commission. Commissioner Sacco.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Persons. So I kind of want to work backwards. To start with the question of homestead, I think it would be highly restrictive to have it be exclusively by homesteaded property owners. I think that would just be a very small percentage of folks deciding on what to do with a heritage overlay. And really, if you are renting out in that community, if you own it and are renting it out, you should still have a say of what will happen with these restrictions on your property. So I would like to see this go forward without the homestead requirement and just be property owners in the neighborhoods. As for the map, I think given how we started the conversation, that these neighborhoods are good neighborhoods to start with, that are near our core where we'd want to preserve architecture and culture. So I think the map as it stands is a good one. And I guess we can always in the future open it up to more area of the city if need be, but for now I think the map is good. I think heritage overlay is a fine name for it. It explains what it is for the most part, and I don't see needing to complicate there. I think the regulated work items, so I'm assuming it was the 11 items of building height and individual square footage is what Mr. Persons was talking about. I don't see much of a problem with that. I think it does come down to those nuts and bolts once a board is created on how they distinguish if something along those lines fits in the community, that would be part of that assessment of the neighborhood that you have the pre-petition conference to kind of decide what those would be. But I think these are perfectly fine items to kind of base the physical character of a neighborhood. As to which board, I think the building development board is one that was, am I getting it right? Is it building development? What's it called?
Development review.
Development review, thank you. The development review board might be the better one, and I think a couple of my colleagues mentioned as much last time we talked about this, since they do have experience with development in the community at large. I think that would be my preferred board to see it rather than creating a brand new board, to have exactly one item where you don't know how often they will or won't meet. And how to start the process, I like keeping the two options that if someone would like to bring it forward, but they can do so and have all of the requirements and decide in the design standard report, but I also like that the city could, should it choose to protect a neighborhood, step in as well while keeping with all of the other requirements. So I like the draft as it is now. My one concern would be changing the homestead and putting it in, I'm gonna get the board wrong again, development board.
Development Review Board.
Development review, thank you. Gonna write it down. But those would be my comments on the matter, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Person, so what I would like to see is, and I think it's going to be critical, is that staff, the city facilitate in the beginning in helping these neighborhoods, the vulnerable neighborhoods, create this overlay well, again, put the tools in place, such as the narrative, and such things that they deem is important for their community, what they want their neighborhood to see, based on the requirements that's listed in the heritage overlay. So I think that's going to be critical, that the professionals and the staff with the city of Gainesville go into these neighborhoods and help the community understand the whole concept of what's going on. So you asked, should you facilitate that? And yes, you should. I think that should be a priority. You should facilitate that conversation and going into these communities. I agree the heritage overlay process should be with the Development Review Board. We do not need to create a heritage overlay board. Heritage overlay is a name, and we already know what it is. It's consistent. No, there's no need to change it. I don't think we need to change it. The map, again, it's okay, but I think what we need to do is focus on those neighborhoods that's really facing pressures. Spring Hill, Sugar Hill, Porters, those areas that's close to downtown and Depot Park and Power District. I think that should be prioritized, but that's something we can discuss later, and how and who gets to benefit first, or who should be the first to experience this. But the overall draft, everything that I looked at was okay. I like the idea of homestead, and the reason why is because you want, when you look at certain neighborhoods, and it's such a mix of homestead and investors and renters, I think it's imperative that the homestead exemption, which means this is your home, you live here, this is your primary residence, that those residents, those homeowners have a say, and not just an equal say, but a say into really what they want this community to look like. And I think I'm kind of biased in that way, because I live in one of those communities as a homeowner that's homestead. And so I just really feel that people in these communities whom we're trying to help, we're trying to save these neighborhoods, it should be listed as homestead as a criteria, because those people are the ones that's going to be impacted. And I get it, I understand that students come and rent, investors come into these communities, but at the same token, these are the people that lived here for generations. They've been here for 30 and 40 years. They are very, very, very invested into these communities, not only monetary, but with their spirit, their souls, their everything. And so I think you don't want to take that away from them. You want to give them something to build on and really enhance that with the people in the community. And so I believe that making this homestead and making sure that those individuals feel as though their voices matter and that what they stand for really count is going to be important, because what you want is buy-in. You have to have buy-in. And so going into the communities, facilitating these conversations is going to be key. It's what's going to make a difference. I like it. I can't say anything else about it. I mean, some things may come up, but so far, I like the map. I just think that we should prioritize the neighborhoods and prioritize it in a way and what's surrounding them, what pressures are surrounding those particular neighborhoods. And other than that, I think it's great. And so I'm just so happy that we've gotten to this point that we can finally move forward on something like this to protect our communities. So thank you so much for working on this. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do agree with Commissioner Sacco. I think that it should be all owners, and I do think if the commission does move forward, I do think it should go to a vote, like the owners of that property. If it's serious restrictions, and I think that should go to a vote to those people and decide, do they want this or not want this, after kind of what it's going to look like and everything. Once that's done, goes there. Commissioner Simmons brought up a great point last time, and I think it's something that we should also include, that a neighborhood needs to do a neighborhood narrative first and go through that process before kind of this can be enacted. I think that helps kind of collect the thoughts and make sure that it's what that neighborhood wants. I do agree with Commissioner Simmons. I think the map is a little too big. I do think the DRB is probably the best place to have it if we move forward on it. Let's see. Two of my concerns are what restrictions that go in place, and are they going to increase the cost of housing or not? And that's one of my biggest worries, is these will increase the cost of housing, which is something that I don't want to do, and something this commission has said they want to create affordable housing. So that's one of my worries, and I think that's one of the requests I'd like when staff comes back is, what portions of this, or maybe that's a part of one of the requirements of when a neighborhood narrative is, or not neighborhood, when a historic heritage overlay is being created, the certain restrictions that are put in place or whatever they might be, I think there should be a part of that kind of report should be how is this going to affect the cost of housing or the cost of doing things. And I think that should be a part of it, so it's a very kind of clear process. I think we should put that as the ordinance. That needs to be a part of the report that comes back on creating one. I also have concerns about it. I mean, I told about creating kind of HOAs, but kind of exclusionary zoning and what aspects of that might be in there. And then, let's see, the cost of housing. I think this might be a good fit for some areas. I think Porter's is a great example where I think there is that need for it. But I do think that if we want a neighborhood to look a certain way, we can do that by zoning, and we can change our zoning to fit whatever we want that neighborhood to fit. And I think that's a better way to do it, because then people don't have to go before boards, and when you go before boards, that costs money and introduces risk, and you're gonna have to bring in an architect and have them wait a couple hours for a meeting to happen, and that starts to add up, and have them talk to the board. And I don't know, I think those are things we need to consider moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree that there should be an effort to complete a neighborhood narrative first, so everybody is clear on what they want the neighborhood to be. I think that's a useful process. I like the name Heritage Overlay. I think the DRB is the appropriate board, if for no other reason than because creating a new board and staffing that board slows us down again, and I would like this to get moving forward. For the same reason I support the map as it exists. We could have lots and lots of discussions about the appropriateness of the map. I think it's good. We can adjust as it moves forward, but I would like to see it get moving forward, so I'd like to use the map as it exists. Regarding homestead, I could go either way on this. I absolutely agree that what you want And I think what we're trying to achieve is to get the people who have lived in the neighborhood for a substantial period of time and have an emotional and financial investment in the neighborhood to be the people who say what they want the neighborhood to be. But some of the neighborhoods we're talking about, that means that only 1 out of 4 residents is going to be involved in the conversation. So I wonder if there's a way to, rather than saying only homestead or only people who own the property, who may not even live in the city, may not even live in the state, how about long-term proof of residency? How about we say either homestead or prove that you've been here for 5 years? Because, I mean, that students don't live in an apartment for 5 years. Or pick a number of years. And you can do that with GRU bills, et cetera. And another concern that I have, and for many of the neighborhoods that are on the map, is heirs property. Folks who are not homesteaded but have lived there for 20 years. So they're part of the neighborhood, they just don't have clear title to their house. I would hate to exclude them in the process. So Mr. Persons, I wonder if there's a way we could include a long-term residency option, homestead and or long-term residency.
I think so. I think I was sort of thinking along the similar lines with listening to some of the commission comment. I mean, we would work with the attorney to make sure that anytime you regulate based on ownership or tenancy, like there's a little bit of a you just have to have a strong public purpose. I think because this is a zoning tool intended to address sort of neighborhood change, and I think the residency idea I think could have some legs, and if that's the will of the commission, we can certainly work on that as we bring it through the process. And I mean, we can. This is a fairly, even though I think it's a good discussion, like it's a small part of the ordinance, so we can bring a couple of options forward when it gets back to you.
Okay, I wouldn't want to shut it down based on it being homestead. If that's the will of the commission, I'm comfortable with that. But there are people who rent for long periods of time and are as much a part of a neighborhood as homeowners. So I would just like us to consider that option as we move forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I really like Commissioner Ward's idea about adding a long-term residency requirement. So I would be in favor of a majority of either homesteaded properties or long-term residents. And when I say majority, did I say 51%? So 51%, because I know that we talked specifically about some percentages the last time. 2, I also think that it should be the Development Review Board. 3, the list seems a little bit too akin to the historic, it being an historic district. I personally would like to remove windows, doors, and fences. It feels very much the same as a historic district when you see the entire list. And I know that our overlays are meant to be less restrictive and also cost burden than historic districts. So removing windows, doors, and fences. And neighborhood conservation district, it looks like I'm in the minority on this, but I would prefer neighborhood conservation district or another name rather than heritage overlay, simply because I feel like, especially in the South, heritage has a subtext to it that can be problematic, and I feel like neighborhood conservation district is a little bit of a better term that most people can identify with, and it's not a question of whose heritage. 5, the map looks good to me. I do have some concerns about the mix of people in the neighborhoods. And it being a very difficult process to have a heritage overlay because of that. And I'm wondering what would happen if a portion of the neighborhood wanted to become a heritage overlay district. Is that permissible within the
I think
maps?
it's
Yeah?
26 contiguous lots. 25
25
contiguous lots. Sorry.
Okay, isn't that like the size of Porter's though? I mean, really, it's
Be like
25 seems really.
a block.
It's a block? 25 block, okay. It's about a block, okay. So then, yeah, I think that the maps that we have right now are fine, and that's my input. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Simmons. Before I go back to you, oh, she said she's okay with the maps. Yeah, as long as they can, a smaller subdivision can form a district. So, first of all, Commissioner Johnson, I'm glad you brought up the heritage term, because that was bothering me as well. And I think we can bat this around. The word that I was thinking was cultural, like a cultural overlay district, because that's what we're trying to get at. It's not about like necessarily just a physical space, but it's the history, it's the narrative, and I actually think that approaching this from that starting point would lead to a richer and more involved process. So, but I can get hung up on names, so I don't want to go there. But I agree with you. I'd like to find an alternative to heritage overlay district, because that immediately takes me to that place. Maybe there'll be a time where it doesn't, but probably not in our lifetimes. So I'm interested in exploring the long-term residency option, but if it's only homestead, I can't support that. When you're essentially telling property owners what they can and can't do with their property, but they have no say in developing that in the first place, I'm not okay with that. But if there was a way to bring in, just so there's more people, like if it's a small area where there's just a few homesteaded properties and you're doing a bigger area where, let's say you got 5 homesteaded properties out of the 25 that you're trying to do, so now 3 people can choose to do that. It gets a little heavy-handed, I think. So I that's the part I'm going to need to explore and look at, like, what's the right happy medium there. I'm fine taking windows, doors, and fences out. Again, I don't think that gets to the heart of what we're trying to do here. That's more of a physical aesthetic thing, and there's other ways to, I think, focus the efforts. I'm fine with DRB. I absolutely agree that the first step in this process should be doing the neighborhood narrative. We can provide assistance and guidance through that portion, as well as the rest. But I mean, if people say, well, we want to do this, how do we start a neighborhood narrative? I think there's a little, we can provide some assistance and help with how you build that. One reason that I would like non-homesteaded and homestead properties to all be included is because I think it forces everyone to come together to do that process. Whether you've been there 50 years or you're relatively new, and that helps bring those relatively new people into the longer sort of cultural identity of the area, and not be allowed to ignore it. So I think there's a great opportunity there. But I think the only way this ultimately is successful is I'm fine with an outside sort of group putting everything together and bringing it to us, but I don't think that's going to be most of what we get. I think folks are going to come and say, we're interested in this, can you help us? And that's what we really need to establish and make effective. And I know there's models out there that will help us do that. And so, I think I answered everything on the list, but looks like we're building towards some sort of general agreement here. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. And you guys, right? I'm not hung up on Homestead. I just was so biased. That's all. But when we did the narrative, the Porter's narrative, you guys are absolutely right. It was homeowners, it was investors, it was renters. It was so diverse, and I think because of that diversity, we came up with a good product. So I don't have to be hung up on Homestead. We can definitely. I love Commissioner Ward's idea of long term. I think that's excellent. the doors, windows, and fences, yeah, we don't have to, I'm okay with taking that out as well. I can see that point. But I wanted Andrew, just for the sake of letting the people know, what is the purpose of a heritage overlay? Why is this something we should even consider doing?
Well, I could say from my perspective, I think that the heritage overlay, or whatever we end up referring to it as, I think is a tool primarily for neighborhoods to provide some additional sort of self-determination about identifying those things. And I just, I really love the idea of the narrative portion, preceding the heritage overlay designation. But I think it's an opportunity for a neighborhood to identify what are those types of both physical and cultural characteristics that make that place unique, and how can the city help create a process and some set of regulations that can help preserve that for all the residents, for new residents as well as long-term residents. So I see it as a tool for both direct governance for neighbors, as well as an opportunity to have the city be able to step in and help celebrate neighborhoods.
Right, and lastly, because of the neighborhood narrative, the heritage overlay was born out of that. We wouldn't have known anything about the heritage overlay. So you have to have that narrative to precede it, because you don't know what the outcome is going to be. And the narrative gave us choices of what we wanted our community to look like. And the heritage overlay was on the books forever, and no one had ever used it. And so because we worked together with the narrative, that came out of the heritage overlay, came out of that. So you're absolutely right. The narrative has to precede the heritage overlay. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you,
excellent.
Andrew.
Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am totally comfortable with taking doors, windows, and fences out, because it at some point does become the same thing as a historic district, and that's a whole different thing that we're talking about. Because I want this to work. I want it to be easy for a neighborhood to make choices and decide what to do. And that's when we talk about what's the benefit to the neighborhood, why should they do this? What I would hope for from every neighborhood in Gainesville where there are long-term residents is, what do we want our neighborhood to be? And I think that benefits not only the people who are there, it also benefits people who might want to build there, because then they know that they've already got a template for what the neighborhood's interested in doing. So it doesn't set up for headbutting 2 years down the road or 10 years down the road. It's clear to everybody when you buy property in that neighborhood, here's what your options are. And I think that's good for the neighborhood. It's good for the whole city. As far as the name Heritage Overlay, I'm not tied to any name. We can call it something. Conservation, we could go with it, but I think that might confuse people too, because conservation has an environmental connotation to it. I don't want to wordsmith it here, but I agree with you on the heritage. Now that you mention it, that's perfectly, it becomes obvious to me that that's a problem. So I don't want to wordsmith it here, but I'm comfortable with wherever we end up on that. As far as who gets to participate, homesteaders, property owners otherwise, because they have if we don't allow them to be part of it, this isn't going to work in the long run. It'll get derailed. But I really, really want to make sure that people who have lived there, whether they own or not, whether their name is on a title or not, have an opportunity to participate. So, thank you.
Mr. Salko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I like Commissioner Ward's idea of residency for a number of years. I think that's a good way to get renters or other heirs property members a chance at the table as they talk about this. My concern still remains putting homesteading I think it should be homeowners or residency for a number of years. One, to have more inclusivity, but two, it comes down to the mayor's point of, 3 people have decided what this 25 house neighborhood is going to look like. As to the majority, I still want to see slightly higher just because it is restrictions on property, and I would like to see something closer to 75% of the neighborhood. I think, 13 out of 25 folks agreeing, you're going to have half of the 25 really upset if that's not what they wanted. Or even fewer if not all of them are homeowners or residents for a number of years. So that remains my concern. I want this to be unquestionably what the neighborhood wants for itself, but to be in agreement. I don't want it to be a well-resourced or well-researched and resourced block of the neighborhood deciding for the rest of it, if the rest of the neighborhood doesn't want to go along with it. And so I would like to see a slightly higher majority, something higher than majority. Doesn't have to be 75, could be 60, could be 70, but I'd like to see slightly more than, 50%. So those remain my comments. I like adding residency for a number of years. I think that's a great idea. But I'd like to see the majority raised and homestead removed. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner A. Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I think long-term residency is a great idea. I think if we did property owners and long-term residents, that covers everyone. I think that's where I'd like for us to go. Definitely agree on the windows and doors and fences, and on the heritage overlay as well. I think that I agree with that or removing that name. One other thing, I guess maybe it's part of working on the narrative, or I do think this should be reserved for certain areas, and I think one of the things that should be somewhat proven is what is like the cultural significance of doing this to Gainesville. There are Portage, for example, has a strong cultural kind of significance to our community in Gainesville, and kind of I think that can be shown and stuff like that. And I think that should be a part of kind of creating it, is how is this gonna kind of hold the cultural significance of an area. And I think that should be one of the kind of things that's proven and brought to light in it. Because I think that should be one of the things that, if we're going to do it, it should be not just protecting kind of the heights and stuff like that, but the cultural of an area. I think that should be part of it. And then on the narrative, I think one of the reasons, so on like how a narrative is created, I think one of the reasons why the Portage one was successful, because my understanding that wasn't done, that was kind of done by a third party, right, in essence, or how was that kind of started? Was it started by the city or by UF kind of, or how was it? Yeah. Yeah, so I guess it was kind of done by a third party. And I think that might be something that needs to be a part of it as well, because sometimes there are different sects in every neighborhood, and they may not talk to everyone that they should. And when you have kind of an independent third party, they will actually ensure that they reach out to everyone. So I think that's one of the things to consider too in the narrative. And I do agree with Commissioner Sacco. I don't know if it means 75%, but I do think higher, because it is making sure that buy-in, if you have like a 50-50 vote, and you're going to have a lot of upset people. So maybe having a slightly higher buy-in. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, and I think it's safe to say that every neighborhood has factions. Not some, but every neighborhood has factions. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. So the third party, you don't need a third party. We just need to use the framework, and they can show the city, show our staff, or help them create the framework for what we went through. Because we got the nicks out, we know what we did wrong, we know what we did right. So we utilize the framework, and we use the framework for different neighborhoods. And I think what we're doing, we're jumping the gun a little bit, because what we're talking about is what we want to see. And we totally got off the rails, because the narrative is going to tell us what the community wants. So all this talk, we just keep going in circles, and we're falling back into that trap. So let's look at what we have, Let's make a motion or make recommendations to do this and let the narrative dictate to the community what the needs are. I think we're all excited. We're very excited and we're happy, and this is a good thing. But we need to just take a step back and let the narrative work, because each neighborhood is different. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sacco.
Okay, so just to Commissioner Santos' point, I do think that in section F, one of the things that you have to include in the report is documentation of historical, social, or other significance applicable to the neighborhood. So it is, what this means to the city will be part of the requirement, the application of a heritage overlay, or whatever we call it, will be part of the process where you do have to document why this neighborhood's significant. So it isn't, it's in there. That was it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to try to recap what I've heard generally, and I know this isn't like, not every person's agreed on every point, but this to me is where I've seen general agreement. First of all, that this process can start either from a neighborhood initiating it and kind of going through it themselves, or coming to the city for assistance in doing it. And the first step to that will, regardless of which path it comes from, be the participation and creation of a neighborhood narrative. It sounds like we're not married to heritage overlay, so we'll work on what else that might be, but we don't beg us not to try to do that tonight. I didn't hear a lot of pushback against the DRB being the board. I think but I think there's agreement with that, Andrew. The list being okay, but removing windows, doors, and fences. I didn't hear anybody opposed to that. The map, I don't know that I heard a definitive, like, okay or not okay, so maybe that's something we can come back to. That's not something we have to decide today. In fact, that's not important until we have a whole process and ordinance in place. And then I do think it's still open for discussion on who would be eligible to vote on the creation of the district. I think I heard more than just homesteaded, but then defining long-term resident, how we include heirs property residents, and what the threshold is. I think we need to come back for that discussion. And I just think, Andrew, if staff can give us some options. And I think also what's always helpful, if you take maybe a couple areas, just staff can pick out a couple where this, that might be eligible for this, and show, okay, what are we looking at in this neighborhood or this 4-block area, as far as how many people are heirs, how many people are, short-term renters, how many people are homesteaded, so we can get an idea. It's just hard for me to know. I think it depends neighborhood to neighborhood and block to block what that composition is. I've lived in neighborhoods that are, predominantly student rentals, but then a street will be long-term homesteaded renters. So it's just, I'd like to get a better idea of that. And if y'all are okay with that, I think that will help us down the road make a decision a little bit better. So, I think as far as a motion, I think we're okay to go ahead giving direction to allow the process to start from either a neighborhood or through assistance by the city, starting with the neighborhood narrative process, allowing the DRB to be the regulatory board, agreeing to the list that was in our backup, but removing windows, doors, and fences, continuing to consider what the name will be, but not heritage overlay, continuing to discuss what the final map would be, and continuing to discuss who would participate in the final determination of the district, including what percentage threshold would be required. Does that sound?
So moved.
Okay, so moved by Commissioner Ariola, seconded by Commissioner Simmons. Commissioner Santos.
It was to make a motion.
What's that?
It was to make a motion.
Okay, and you're okay with the motion?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion. We'll go to public comment. Go ahead, Adam. We'll turn it over to you.
All righty, at this time, we have two commenters. Ms. Kim Tanser, you have 3 minutes, beginning right now.
Hello?
Yes, Ms. Tanser, you are on the line.
Hi, my name is Kim Tanzer, and I live in Gulfview, and we are in the process of creating a heritage neighborhood. We read Commissioner Ariola's editorial more than a year ago and followed up by meeting with Andrew Persons and Yvette Thomas and beginning the process. We've had a neighborhood vote to proceed, and we are in the process of doing that. We've been told the city staff does not have the capacity to help us at this point, so we aren't speeding along, and we didn't know that we had to speed along, but we are doing that. Your land development code already has this language in place. It doesn't include a neighborhood narrative, which I think would be fine, and if you created a template that neighbors could use, that would be most helpful, because what we received from Ms. Thomas was an example from San Antonio, Texas. So I think if you're going to be serious, it would be helpful if you created a template that neighborhoods could use. I fully support focusing on downtown neighborhoods and particularly historic African American neighborhoods for the reasons that you've mentioned. And I think that for that reason, as well as others, renaming this process from heritage to something else, maybe conservation, makes sense. I think that including long-term renters makes a lot of sense. There are many neighborhoods, including many downtown, but also mine, that have renters who have lived here for years and contribute fully to the character of the neighborhood, but just choose not to own property or can't for whatever reason. And having been on the Development Review Board myself, I would say that they focus mostly on, or did when I was on it, on numbers of parking spaces and whether stormwater's in the right place and things like that. And for that reason, I think the Historic Review Board has more appropriate expertise on the board. So I hope that you will just read your ordinances, and if you need to slightly refine them, that makes sense. But the idea of creating something new is unnecessary. You have it in place. Add the necessity for a narrative. Create a template that neighborhoods can use. And since my own neighborhood is not among those that are on the map, I hope that you'll make sure that this is available to any neighborhood who would like to define itself, which essentially is what this allows neighborhoods to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tanzer. We have one more commenter, Mr. Grundy Gomez. Mr. Gomez, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hey, Mr. Mayor, so we were talking about earlier, we were having a discussion about what we've been having it all year when it comes to issues of equity and housing, and I know that's been a really big topic. I've been listening to a lot of your comments, and I've listened to Mr. Mayor, to Commissioner Simmons, I've listened to Commissioner Johnson, as well as Commissioner A. Santos, and I think I heard Commissioner A. Santos, and there's something that he brought up that I think is poignantly important. And that is, Mr. Mayor, is that having this kind of overlay may have some unintended consequences. While you're attempting to want to resolve and address the issue of making sure we preserve the character and prevent gentrification, you may be by default creating some unintended consequences in doing this that you didn't intend to cause. And I think that's a cause for concern that I would have. Traditionally, specifically when it comes to issues of quote unquote historic preservation or heritage, it traditionally has major impacts, especially when it comes to homeowners or people wanting to move into neighborhoods of especially Black and brown people. There's data to show that, especially from many areas around the country. And so those are actual facts that we can actually see and know. And that's my comments to that. But Mr. Mayor, I wanted to follow up on something I said to you last time. I think you might have misunderstood me, and it was my fault that I was not clear, and I apologize. When I was asking for the public records, I wasn't asking for that specific one, Mr. Mayor. I was asking for a document that I was looking at, that you had ordered the clerk to take down, that I was looking at, that I was wanting one. And I was already struggling to get some that I've been waiting for the last 4 weeks. So I don't know why something would be taken down that was public document, but if we could, I would like to get clarity on that too. Okay? So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mayor, that is all the public comment we have on this issue. The floor is yours.
Yeah, okay, and we'll have somebody from the clerk's office reach out to Mr. Grundy and figure out what record he's looking for. Okay, back to you, Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So on those ones where there wasn't really a clear, like, the consensus, staff is going to come back with different options. Is that correct? Like different things that we could pick for those?
Yeah, Andrew.
That's my understanding.
Okay.
We'll bring back for the ones where there was a diversity of comment. We'll bring back couple options back to y'all.
One of the things I would like for us, and I talked about briefly, was and have some language for this, is when like the whatever we're going to call it comes back and goes either to the commission or to the vote, is what is the cost of these restrictions, and kind of putting some of that. I would like for us to at least see some language to what would that look like, because I think that should be in the ordinance. And when it comes to the commission or goes to the vote, like what does it actually affects, not just what it looks like, but what are the dollar effects as well.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's good information. I support including that at whatever stage we need to. Commissioner Simmons?
Can you elaborate on that?
Like the unintended consequence, so if, just like a historic district, like if this goes in effect, what's that gonna do to, say, if you have to renovate a home, how does that affect the cost of, what would the cost be compared to like if it was in a non-historic district? And so just so people know that while this helps with neighborhood stabilization, it also might have, it might drive up property values a little bit because of the added things you have to do.
I don't know if Andrew probably can answer this, because this is not a historic district, and in a historic district you have to put the original item in, the original windows, the original wood doors, everything has to be original, which is really costly. When I'm looking at this heritage overlay, I don't see it's just the character, which may not be as costly because you're looking at the characteristic of the building. You're not looking at putting the original steeple back on that church if you take it down. You know what I'm saying? So I don't see how, and we can look at that, but for my own determination, I just don't see that being a real cost, that it would really hurt someone, like someone that's trying to build a home or do something in that neighborhood. It may, but from how I'm viewing it, I don't see that, but I may be wrong.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing. It may not, and
Okay.
I want to ask the
sure.
question and
Okay.
kind of like, let's do an analysis and see, and if it comes back, because I think other communities have done this anyway. So, it can say like, did it or didn't it, and if it did, what are those things that cause it? And maybe we kind of consider that as we're going forward.
Okay. Yeah.
Commissioner.
So I think that's a good idea too. I was thinking so we're gonna pick, what exactly does the front porch look like, or balcony? And there are costs to doing that and things like that, of what versus what you can normally do under current zoning, or what the off-street parking. Maybe the off-street parking has to, I don't know, say it has to be 20 feet high or whatever, and that's all the parking. There is a cost to that versus just putting it on the street and things like that. So I do think that whenever the commission, not like as part of this ordinance, but when like the commission is deciding, okay, whatever neighborhood, we're gonna do this, and these are all the exact rules that are gonna go into effect, what is there a cost to that? There might not be any cost. If some of the restrictions are very small and just maybe not as kind of substantial, there might not be a cost. I also think they're also like, I do want to know, like, what is if someone has to come before boards, a lot of times they have to bring their engineers or architects have to come and explain and answer questions, and they get paid like $150, $200 an hour too to a lot of times do that, and there is a cost to that. So I would like to get a better idea of, would that be expected as well when someone has to come before this boards or not? Because sometimes that happens with the Historic Preservation Board. Sometimes they come, actual architects and stuff come. They're the ones who are presenting to the board and answering questions at times.
Yeah, so Andrew, I think just the idea of what cost impact some of these things could have, if y'all can talk through that, and I think just bring back some advice for us on what we want to look out for and what we might want to be thinking about as we move forward with this. So it doesn't have to be final, it's just more help us frame it a little bit better.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very good. Okay, before we move to a vote, but because this was a topic involving housing, I took part in a National League of Cities virtual conference that's going on right now, and I took part in a affordable housing and racial equity, I don't know, group seminar session. There was some good stuff. I mean, some stuff we're already working on, and frankly, kind of ahead of some of the cities that presented. But there's one I hadn't heard of, and maybe y'all have come across this in your work on this, because I know everybody's been putting in a yeoman's shift. But it was new to me, and it seemed really well suited for some of our goals in Gainesville. And it's a program run through HUD. And Mr. Manager, you might know about this more than me, but it's called a 203K program. And basically, it allows cities to purchase and rehab houses and then hold the mortgage. And then it's so you get money from HUD to purchase and rehab houses. And then the city holds the mortgage, and it's transferable. And so the city has the option to then transfer the mortgage to a targeted family. She said, the woman presenting said, this program usually has more money than people that apply for it. Like it's under subscribed. So I just, in all the things that, at some point, Mr. Manager, is a 16-point motion, and then it became an undeterminate number of points. But I'm only bringing this up if I can add that to the list of things that we're looking at as far as solutions, because it seemed really well tailored for at least some of the neighborhoods that we're trying to positively impact in this discussion. Ms. Feldman, did you have any thoughts or any experience with that?
I don't have any experience with the 203K program, but instead of adding it to the list, how about we just agree that we'll send you a memo, send the commission.
That's very good. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, Commissioner Johnson.
Mayor, I'm really happy to hear about that, and I'm supportive of either adding it to the list or a memo. Which brings me to another point, is that all of us spent a lot of time figuring out kind of what equitable development means for our community, and I'm really appreciative of the work that we put into that. This past week, there was a housing telephone town hall, and we have the blueprint for affordable housing. So what I'm wanting to get an understanding of from the city manager is what our plans are moving forward. You brought up this wonderful idea. There are going to be more ideas that come from us, that come from the community. How is that going to dovetail with the affordable housing blueprint, or whatever work we're going to be doing in the future, because it is a priority of the commission. We have 2 people, I think, in the housing department that they're supposed to be dedicated to this work. We hired the consultants to do this very thin plan. So what's the plan, Manager Feldman, moving forward?
So that's a good question, and probably one with if you sort of picture just the juggler with a lot of balls in the air. We've got all these balls that are in the air. So we've got, as you pointed out, Commissioner, 2 positions, one of which is filled in the Housing and Community Development Office that is working to coordinate our affordable housing efforts. But I will tell you that affordable housing is more than just one person's job in HCD. We've put together a working group that meets every other week to talk about affordable housing strategies items on there that include a lot of the senior staff, including all the assistant city managers and several department directors. And actually this morning I met with them, and it basically said, we've got to, let's start figuring things out that are, assume that there aren't any restrictions. What can we do to really move the needle on affordable housing? Because adding 1 or 2 single-family residential or 10 units of multifamily a year isn't going to assist us in that regard. So I've challenged them this morning to think big on that. Let's try to figure out some strategies, and it doesn't have to have been done anywhere before, or maybe it's a modification of what somebody else has done. But I challenge them to start thinking about that so we can bring some options back. The telephone town hall meeting that we had was to seek more neighbor input around a couple of points of the housing coalition, Florida Housing Coalition study. But that study is just a list of programs that are out there that everybody's using. Some that are applicable to us, some that are not applicable to us, some that we're already working on there. So we need to start figuring out, how to implement some strategies that are going to actually move the needle on the affordable housing issue, more than 1 or 2, properties a year, or 10 or 12. I think the number we're looking at is trying to figure out a strategy that's going to add 100 units a year or 200 units a year. How are we going to fund it? Where are those dollars going to come from? How do we help a CLT come aboard? How do we work with the CDC? How do we work with a community financial, a community development financial institution, CDFI? How do we get all those pieces together? Because we've got a bunch of puzzle pieces on the floor, and we're trying to figure out where the edges are and trying to build that puzzle, one piece at a time. And candidly, we've got to figure out a strategy to do that. We're the 16 part or 17 part, maybe 18 part now, I think is a good roadmap. Have got us, has your staff thinking about different pieces and how we can implement those. But there's no silver bullet to this one, and we're going to have to be creative, and we're going to have to figure out how to address it. We've heard you can't create pockets of affordable housing and just burden one area of the city with it. We have to figure out how to integrate affordable housing into everything we do. We'll be coming back on the 3rd, as I mentioned last meeting, with a proposal to consider to help us work on inclusionary zoning, exclusionary zoning, some basic affordable housing issues, best practices, so we can link that with our land development code and ultimately our comprehensive land use master plan. So it's a lot of work, and you have a lot of people besides 2 people in HCD working on this on there. So I'm sure that didn't answer your question.
No.
But
it was good though. I mean, thank you for that. What I'm really trying to understand is what my expectations were with the Florida Housing Coalition is that by this point we would have a really robust affordable housing plan, and we don't have one. And it is what it is, but I want to know how what the strategy is moving forward. Is it that, every once in a while the commissioners come up with ideas, bring it up, we talk about it, we run it through general policy? Is it that staff is also coming up with ideas? Will we ever have an actual plan? It feels like we're actually getting somewhere with it now, which I'm thrilled about. But I'm wondering what you see, Manager Fellman, as the strategy moving forward.
I see us trying to develop a series of tools for an affordable housing program. I don't know that you're ever going to get a document that that you can call an affordable housing plan. I'm not sure we can create one. I think we can put a bunch of tools together in the toolbox, figure out some strategies, and maybe that's what we call a plan. But I think we need to figure out how this all works. I mean, we've got lots of partners out there that we've got to engage differently too. One of the strategies that's in the that thin document is that we have to engage the major employers to start investing in affordable housing for their employees who are our neighbors closer to the work centers. That reduces transportation costs. And there are ways to create that workforce housing that would be, somewhat subsidized by the larger employers. So we're going to come up with a series of strategies. I'm not going to say all of them are going to work, but our goal is to do something more robust than what we're doing now, because that's the only way we're going to move the needle.
Okay, thank you.
Good?
I'm done, thanks.
Okay. Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the way I think about this, and I'm more convinced of this as we go, if we are trying to build toward a binder that is our plan, I think we're going to be continually disappointed. I would prefer that we keep bringing ideas, and the housing folks bring ideas, and the community brings ideas, and we keep working on each idea. And half of the ideas, maybe 2/3 of the ideas, won't be workable. Maybe there are things we spend all the time working on and realize that's just not a Gainesville thing. But if we get, even 10 or 20% of a whole lot of ideas in the hopper and working, then we build the binder backwards. We take each one of those ideas, and as we get it fleshed out, we put it in the plan. But the plan doesn't have to be complete to implement the ideas as we go down the road, because we'll just never get there. We've talked about this for years, and we've done some things, but more than that, I feel like we've had our eye on building a plan, and we're just never gonna get the plan built, because the world shifts around us as we do that. I think as we get an idea that works, that we can vet through ourselves and through staff and through the community, boom, let's put it to work. And then maybe we create some kind of, visuals work really well for me. I know they don't for everybody, but if we had some kind of visual that we could say, okay, we put this tool in the box, whatever it is, and every time we say this idea is fully baked and it's ready to go, that goes in the box. And then we, over a year, over 6 months or whatever, maybe we can look back and see actual progress there by doing that, rather than trying to build up to this thing and then saying, here it is, community, it's all done and ready. Because I just don't think we're ever going to get there on that process. But doing it backwards, one piece at a time, I think we can build a plan that is the envy of any city. Because we really do have some smart folks working on it, as well as us. So I think there's a way to do this retroactively, sort of, get it one piece at a time, and then build that binder full of great ideas as we go. I mean, we put lots and lots of ideas on the table in August, and some of them are moving forward and some of them are a little bit stalled. And if they stall, okay, that's fine. I'm going to keep coming up with ideas. But we have that spreadsheet from last meeting that shows what our progress is on some of them. And I'm hoping by January, February, we can have some of the bigger ideas that we talked about actually ready to be acted on. I would love if we could, at least once a month, maybe every meeting, have an item on the agenda that moves forward with a thing that can actually put people in homes. Whether that's, a dozen homes at a time for single family residences, or a 150 unit complex that builds over a multi-month period. I feel momentum toward getting stuff done. I just would hate for us to slow down any of those projects on their own and wait for it to go and be part of a big plan, because I just don't think the big plan is possible. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. We are very creative and very smart, intelligent body. Our staff is smart. We get things. Well, let me back up. We have the tools in the toolbox. We lack execution. That's the whole problem. We're not short of creative ideas. We're not short of tools in our toolbox. We have sharpened pencils. We have wonderful ideas. This commission is very intelligent. We go out and do our research. We do our homework. We bring it back to the body. We lack execution. Period. Until we get to a point where we can execute, we can move the football 10 yards, 20 yards, 30 yards, touchdown. We don't execute. So we're gonna always find ourselves in the same position, having the same conversation every year. Thank you.
Commissioner Johnson.
Talking about execution, Manager Feldman, is it possible to have like a subset of Perform GNV to just focus on our housing initiatives?
So you do already, because one of your top priorities is the affordable housing strategy. So
all that's going to be tracked through Perform GNV?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is it going to be part of kind of a larger? So it's going to be so affordable housing. It's going to be its own subset within Perform GNV. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you. I'll be brief, commissioners. I agree across the board with what I've heard from all of you. I think that now what we have on this commission that has not existed, and I've said this before, is I think this commission has the political will to make these things happen. We had a massive vote with so many different things, and there are going to be more extensive discussions as they go on and on and on. But as long as we remain committed to passing these strategies, I think that is our plan. And keeping track of our progress is going to be key, because ultimately we don't want things to fall to the wayside, especially when we seem to be in agreement in principle on so many things. So I wouldn't fret too much. I am more hopeful now than I have been in a long time for this commission's ability to get things done for housing. So let's just keep the pace.
Yeah, thank you all. And I think the document that we looked at last meeting is the roadmap. And some of those things are going to be easier to get on an agenda and vote on sooner, and some of them are more complex. And we're just gonna roll the boulder up the hill, and hopefully not have the same experience Sisyphus had. So we're doing it now. It's just staying. There's just no instant gratification in this business. I mean, that's most of what we do. We will be long off the commission before we really see the benefits from these decisions and these actions. That's just the way it is. And that's, none of us are doing it to get a pat on the back. So we just have to stay focused on the mission. So that, I appreciate it. Let's go ahead and move to a vote. Remember the motion, this is mainly over the, let's call it not the Heritage Overlay District item. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Want to thank everybody. We have reached the end of our business. Please have a very safe virtual Thanksgiving. I know we're going to miss many friends and family, but as we say, a safe, socially distanced Thanksgiving allows you to also enjoy Christmas with a loved one. I also want to thank, earlier today we had Officer Lormill and Ribbons with us. We appreciate them being here. And tonight we had Officer Ellis and Teasley. Appreciate the two of them as well. And then Miss Molden all day, keeping us squeaky clean, so fresh, so clean. Thank you so much. We do appreciate that. And with that, we are adjourned.